Hey guys, we are here to commentate live on round 2 at the 2018 San Francisco Open. I'm Madison Walker, and today I get to bring along Christina Linthicum. She's from Texas, and it's her first rodeo on the commentary game, so let's be extra hard on her.
Yes. I'm here to give a little bit different perspective as a left-handed thrower,
Yay! Actually. I love lefties. They're my favorite.
And I'm her favorite lefty.
Yeah, 100%. Besides Zach Melton, sorry. But we're happy to have you guys today. I think everything's going to go a lot smoother, and we're excited to show you guys the round 2 footage. So Sarah Hokom leads off the tournament with a big old forehand like usual. Mm-hmm. She's in the lead to begin with by, I want to say 3 strokes. I can't remember.
It's the green.
This hole is, just a reminder, 668 feet. It is a par 4. You kind of just want to put it out in the middle. There's a cart path running through the middle of the screen, but it is not out of bounds. There's one on the left side that you can't quite see that does come into play. Val is kind of flirting with it, but she ends up safe. So the big thing here is you want to place it out on the left-hand side or in the middle, because the basket's down to the right. You don't want to be tucked too far because you want to have a little bit more of an open approach to the basket. Looks like all these ladies are doing exactly what they need to do.
Like Sarah, I actually kind of want to be a little bit closer to the OB on the right, and then just get a big hyzer up to the basket from there. It's a little bit risky. I did actually end up rolling out of bounds. You can't see it, yeah, and you can't see it from the tee box because you go around that corner.
And those little walls go away.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's kind of cliffy over there.
That happens a lot out here.
Yeah. Val puts a big hyzer up. Pretty much if you hit any of those trees right there, you're going to be fine. You may not have a necessarily, inside the circle putt, but you will have a look at the easy par 4.
If you don't stick. I did see that happen. Oh. They are like really thick.
Oh.
And we never even found the disc.
Really?
Yes.
The screen does slope a little bit too left to right. So the rolls are definitely out there.
This one gets me on that second shot. I kept shorting it because I felt like it was short. It just plays a lot longer than you think it does on that second shot.
Yeah, and you kind of think it's a little bit downhill from in the fairway, so you think you don't necessarily have to put as much sauce on it, but
right.
But then you come up, 40, 50 feet short, and you're like, whoops.
Yep.
Looks like Paige making
Oh,
wow, huge putt. That's
sick.
Outside circle too?
Yes.
Holy cow. This is a big old 3.
Oh, man. Look how long it's taken her to run back.
It's uphill too. Hokom looking for her birdie. Catrina's inside the circle, but looks like that wind definitely gave her a little bit of grief.
Well, luckily around this basket, there's a lot of stuff that will stop your disc. There's not too much risk in running fair putts around here.
Yeah. It's always a bummer missing your comebacker, but a 5 is not bad on this.
Mm-mm.
Is that a 3 for Val?
I think so.
Yeah, she stuck her upshot in the first round too.
Yeah, I think she took a 3 in the first round.
So it looks like Paige is the only 3 of the day, and about 50% of the field got a par. So not a bad hole for the FPO field. I thought it's one of my favorites out there. It's a really fun second shot.
Mm-hmm. It's definitely fair.
So it looks like Paige jumps 1, gets 1 stroke on Sarah, but Sarah still got a pretty solid lead. All right, so we are out here on hole 2. This one's a lot shorter than hole 1. It's under 300 feet, 280 feet.
Mm-hmm.
Just a nice little easy hyzer shot for the righties. But what do you think about this lefty?
Oh my gosh. When I was practicing, I was like, you've got to be kidding me. But actually, I've threed it both days. The main issue is that ceiling's actually a lot lower than, well, actually it does. You can see how low it is. And you don't want to be low and stick into the side of that hill and you can roll out of bounds. But luckily I got up actually two'd this today. So I was pretty stoked about that.
Well,
yeah.
That's a sweet two for a lefty.
I just threw my meteor up there and let it do the work for me.
That stump that's sticking out of that tree, it comes into play big time for the righty hyzer, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Yeah, big time.
Yeah, I mean, it's clearly a righty hole, but honestly, there's a lot of risk for the right hand coming in on that hyzer.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's just a tough hole, actually a lot more than it looks.
Yeah.
And if you go out of bounds, you're pretty much guaranteed to be doing it off the tee box.
Yep.
So your next shot's going to be from really far back.
Yeah, the out of bounds is far enough away where it's, I mean, if you still get a circle 3, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
It's pretty much a guaranteed 4, I would say. There's those trees on the right-hand side of the basket are pretty brutal if you get in there. There's not a lot of look.
Yeah. Yeah, they're big.
Looks like Paige took a 2. Is that a birdie? Back to back. Nope, that was for a 3. Whoopsie.
You have it right in front of you, Madison.
I know, I'm looking at the stats. Just read. Looks like everyone on the card takes their 3s.
That's a nice one.
Oh, me and Christina both got 2s. No big deal. Humble brag.
Did you throw a backhand here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep, Firebird.
Oh, nice.
And I know those ladies are probably pretty disappointed because that is one that you want to try to get your birdie on. But a 3, a par is a par. Not too bad.
I'm so happy with the 3 right there.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, this is a nice lefty hole.
There are surprisingly quite a few out here. I feel like this is an extremely fair course. I don't get the opportunity to say that too much.
Yeah, I threw a bunch of forehands, so I know it's definitely
it's
friendly.
great. It's great.
So this one is this is a 347 feet. It is slightly downhill, so it plays a little bit less than that. You'll see Sarah loves this line. She threw it in the first round too. Had no problem getting her 2.
Oh.
So
she loves it.
I didn't want to spoil it, but I saw it. I saw it from the next tee back.
It's so hard not saying it. I believe Sarah told me this was her outlaw.
Awesome.
Yes,
Skip ace, love 350 feet. That is a bomb.
Yes. It's downhill, but it still actually plays pretty long, especially when you have to go out wide because you don't want to cut in too close because there's out of bounds to the right of the basket. That's beautiful.
That's pretty close too. So that was a good catch. Love seeing Sarah get the forehand ace. That is so awesome.
Love it.
And they just had to keep on playing like nothing happened.
I know.
I feel like everyone's adrenaline just skyrockets.
Who wants to have to follow that?
Yeah, seriously. Like, oh, I took the 3. So that is a really excellent shot. That one actually, from the next tee pad, we thought that was tracking as well for an ace. It was a great shot.
Yeah, the key is if you make it past that corner, you don't want to cut in early on that Annie route.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome looking at the stats right now. The an ace is like a really nice dark blue color that you don't get to see very much. Awesome shot from Hokom.
Oh, look.
Oh, Christina took the 2 on this one too?
I did this one. I got off to a nice start. We won't talk about anything that happened after that, but I started up pretty well.
Look at Hokom run it out.
Yep. Awesome. I did have a little bit of an advantage on this hole. So.
Take it where you can get it.
Mm-hmm. I throw my crank and my vulture out here a lot today.
And look at that legacy outlaw right in the heart.
Ooh.
Yeah, so besides Sarah's ace, there was only 2 birdies, and everyone else 3s and 4s. So that kind of surprises me. I would have guessed it was a little bit more of a birdie-friendly hole.
I mean, you really had to have a sidearm with some heat on it, to birdie this hole.
Totally.
And I don't think there's any other left-handed players here today, so in the females field.
I think it was tough break. I think there was the same thing yesterday. Not a lot of birdies on this hole. Something about it just being wide open. It kind of makes you freak out a little bit.
But man, that OB sneaks up on the right. You want to go for it, but
looks like we get a replay.
Ow!
Look at that thing go.
Oh man, that's beautiful. You hear the screams.
Really good reaction. Awesome. So Hokom takes a few more stroke lead. All right, moving on to hole 4. Hokom gets a forehand ace and then rips a backhand off the tee. Love it. It looks like she landed short of that OB bunker, which is just what you want. It'll set you up for a nice, easy par. Look at 3 and, take a 4 otherwise.
Birdie chance, yeah. There are actually a few bunkers out there. Can't see them all from the tee box.
These ladies mostly wouldn't have a whole lot of trouble getting past that bunker, but it is right in the landing zone.
Right, and if you hyzer out too much, which actually being further to the left gives you a really good look at the basket, but there's definitely some risk over there.
Yeah, it's a hairy approach shot pretty much no matter where you are. Ooh, nice little skip. So Hokom took this around the outside route on her second shot during the first round too. She did it really well, gave herself a putt. We'll see what happens this time. Where Catrina's sitting is not necessarily the friendliest place for an approach. There's a lot of big trees and not a lot of gaps.
Yes.
More trees than there are gaps.
I learned that today. I did. I still pulled out a par, but those trees are really big, a lot bigger than the ones in Texas.
This hole was mean to me today. I landed in the bunker and had to roll away.
Oh,
I know.
Oh, from your putt?
Mm-hmm. Ooh. Oh, man. I
was about to say like that.
Yeah, rolled away to no look at a putt. That took a 6. Ouch.
Mm.
And that hill right there that Val's putting at the bottom of it doesn't look that steep, but that green is very slopey.
Yes, these hills do not translate to film from someone from flatland. These hills are insane.
Yeah, they really are.
And you get crazy things to your disc.
Yeah, they really do.
Like, what is this madness?
And this hole's 507 feet, and really there's about 100 different ways you can get to the basket. And you can see these ladies are using every single bit of the hole to get there. So it makes for some interesting play. Definitely doesn't maybe translate as well on video, but it's a really cool hole.
Was there a lot of birdies on this hole? I feel like it's a fairly easy 3.
There was 1 3.
Oh, wow. I'm actually surprised by that.
Yeah.
I say easy 3. It's an easy par.
Yeah, it definitely is an easy 4. But only 1 birdie out there.
Wow.
So moving on to the next hole.
That's a bomb.
This is a really awesome 1,000-foot hole. It's downhill, this shot. You can't maybe quite tell besides on that fade, but it's way down there.
I'm not exactly agreeing about the awesome because this is the one I took a 9 on today. So I have the dubious honor, I think, of having the only 9 for this tournament.
No.
When I screw up, I like to do it right.
I would say talk us through it, Christina, but we'd be here all day.
Yeah, we don't have time to go through all my shots.
I'm just kidding.
Just throw it straight, people.
Just keep it in the middle.
I'm going to go back to Texas. Screw these hills.
Yeah.
I don't like them.
They're pretty brutal. I'm from Florida, too. I'm a flatlander, so this is like...
Yes, you are.
I step up to this tee pad, and I'm like, holy moly.
I just don't know what it's going to do to my disc.
Yeah, especially with
the fun.
It's a little bit windy, too. A little gusty up on that hill.
And it's actually, I feel like the wind, when you come down off the hill, that's where the wind really hits.
Yeah.
And throws the disc off to the left.
Yep. And you can't quite feel it where you are, so it's hard to predict. Looks like Hokom's taking the forehand. She's going up the left-hand side, which is friendly. But you really do want to try to keep it as much in the fairway as you can. Got tangled up.
Yeah, I mean, if you just keep it in the middle and just throw low, nice straight shots.
Yeah, the basket's down to the left. You can see Catrina's just ripping a second shot. Yeah. The basket's down to the left, and it's kind of blocked by all these big trees on the left-hand side of the fairway. So the further right you can be, the easier it is to approach the basket.
There's actually some farm equipment over there, too. That was a first for me.
Yeah, you dealt with it. But, you missed the Texas farm. It felt like home over there.
Yeah. I got up on the tractor, reminiscing.
God. Oh my God.
I've never ridden a horse to school, just if anybody's ever wondering. I've been asked that several times.
The Texas stereotype, riding a horse to school.
Oh, wait. We're supposed to be like commenting on the round, I think. I'm sorry.
We got distracted. It's such a long hole. It's easy to get distracted. Looks like it looks like a couple shots got tangled up on the left side. It makes for a rough approach. The basket's also on a mound, so you go a little bit far and it drops off. Not a lot, but a little. Looks like Ooh,
It's
Catrina
just
might have
enough to make
stuck it.
that putt scary.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that was a great shot.
It is just enough to make it.
And even right there, that's an amazing shot.
That was amazing.
It doesn't look that thick, but yeah,
Just
there you go. You can see it's just, they just,
the trees
everywhere.
here are really, in comparison to a lot of courses, are really big. So it really does take up a lot of the gaps.
Right. Oh,
Wow.
sweet.
Jeez.
And there is actually a little bit of a drop off behind that.
Looks like
Yep,
Paige
good
just
one.
made that putt to save her 5.
Okay.
Hokom the same. Those are really awesome putts. This hole, even though it is, even though it's a par 5, I think it is fourable. You'd have to throw 3 really good shots back to back.
We just have to avoid all the trouble. If you avoid the trouble, yes, it's actually could be a fairly easy four, but you got to stay out of that hazard, stay out of bounds.
Looks like Val's walking away with the only bogey, but there's still room.
I've never even ridden
Welcome back. This is hole 6. This is, I think, the hardest hole on the course. What do you think?
I love this hole.
You
it
would.
is
It's
hard.
a lefty.
Yeah, okay, because you do not want to end up to the left over there. It looks like a tunnel shot, but there is some space to get through on the right there. I ended up about where Sarah just ended up.
According to the stats, it is the first most difficult hole on the course.
Really?
For the ladies.
I mean, yeah, just like everything else out here, there are hazards, and then once you get up to the basket, it's almost kind of like a little peninsula island thing. So.
There's lots of OB. Val takes that alternate route that I think is a smart play.
That's interesting.
Because you don't have to deal with the tunnel at all, like where Catrina is. Looking at the stats, 70% of the field went above a par. Bogey or worse. Yeah.
Wow.
Pretty crazy.
Yeah, that's a great spot where she's at, and she has a good look at the basket from there. But there is some trouble between here.
There's an OB on the right side. There's that OB bunker and green. Paige is looking at the bunker we were just looking at. And then there's some OB that dips into the right before the basket. Catrina's going for it.
Yeah. I hear that snap. Actually, parred this today. I was pretty excited after taking that 9. I was like,
That's a great par.
Yes, I was pretty excited to just not lose my head. That's a new thing for me. I'm working on not going completely crazy.
I feel like we're all working on that constantly.
Some more than others, but yeah.
So I think Sarah pitches out. That's a great place for your second shot to be, just outside the trees. You still have a little bit of a driver approach shot to the basket, but it's friendly for the forehand and the backhand. Right here, I picked up my Thunderbird thinking that'd be enough disc, but I only got probably within about 40 feet of the basket. You really have to pick up a driver. I guess it's slightly uphill.
So many times on this course, I had that issue. I just keep having to tell myself, disc up. Whatever your first instinct is, go up.
we want more. Catrina landed safe. That's a pretty tough shot. Wow,
great putt.
And that is to save her par. There was actually no birdies in the ladies' field.
I feel like to get a birdie, you would have to make it all the way through the tunnel out into the open.
Which is a hard.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
That takes some distance.
Some what?
Some distance.
Oh, they said biscuits. I'm using that.
Yeah, I need to throw a few more biscuits on my destroyer.
That's biscuits and gravy right there.
Looks like everyone got off that hole pretty clean except for. Was that Catrina at the bottom? Moving on to hole number 7.
Can't tell.
There's OB, all along the right-hand side. That Mando is there because there's another fairway going the opposite direction, so they, forces you to use the left side of the fairway. Hokom drops a forehand bomb.
Yeah, right in the middle, right where you want to be. I didn't see if Paige was safe or not.
I couldn't tell either. It didn't look like it was.
Okay. I don't know how far over the OB is over there.
It's pretty close to those big trees.
Okay.
The play on this hole, I think, is to just kind of put it out in the middle, and maybe even more left is fine because it makes your approach a little bit friendlier, unless you can throw a pretty mean forehand like Hokom can.
Right.
But where Catrina is, there's a hyzer shot over there over OB the whole way.
Oh,
so
okay.
It's
that's a lot of risk.
Yeah, it just adds a little bit of mental fatigue, I would say. This hole's 483 feet. Definitely threeable for these ladies on the lead card. The basket's pretty guarded though, so you want to get past those big trees or you really do not have a putt.
Yeah, I would say that's definitely the benefit of being out here where Sarah is rather than Paige. Oh yeah, looks like she's parked.
Christina, looks like you got another birdie on this one.
Oh, did I? Oh, okay.
Capitalizing on the lefty holes.
More like, okay, stop the bleeding.
Plug the hole.
You're too far from home to quit. So, yeah, I said it before, but there's not a whole lot of courses I play where I'm like, wow, there are just a lot of benefits for lefties out here, but this is definitely one that's really fair.
Catrina makes a really nice birdie putt.
Oh, nice.
That was awesome. Great three for two right-hand backhands. And Paige saves her 4.
Oh, says birdie.
It says 4 on here. Am I on the wrong hole?
And Sarah with the birdie.
Oh, so it looks like we just missed one shot on the video.
Oh, that's
there,
right.
Apparently, yep.
Okay.
So it was for par. Yep.
Still a really good hole.
Sorry to get you guys excited, but Paige took a par for once. So we are on hole 8. This one's 490 feet and another par 4. It says that this is plays as the 12th most difficult hole on the course, but that surprises me because this hole is crazy.
Is it like a par 6? Because I'm see just stuff like that. This one, it's kind of, you get in a tough little spot. I think where they put the tee pad is great because do you go for it or do you lay it up?
There's a
of
landing
course, Paige
zone.
is going to go for it.
Yeah, Paige lands in the right-hand landing zone, right side landing zone. But there's like a boomerang-shaped OB in front of that wall that you can see Val's pitching up to.
Oh, I thought I was going to skip over.
Me too.
That was a
There's
great
also
spot
a
to be.
hyzer zone over to the left-hand side, but looks like these ladies are taking the
They don't need all that.
safe route.
Yeah, that I'll call it like a fake lake. The boomerang thing is actually really big.
I like that, the fake lake.
The fake lake. That's what I call it.
It technically is.
And then there's all these hazards, and then another fake lake up by the basket. I guess
The green.
It's a golf green, whatever.
Looks like Hokom and Val both go for over the top of the green, and then the basket is elevated, so that adds another little interesting twist to the hole. Catrina makes a great shot from out of that hazard.
It is at, like, once you're over the wall, that's not really that terribly far of a throw to get safe up near the basket.
But it is uphill.
It is uphill, but it's definitely worth going for, I think.
I didn't go for it at all.
Oh, I was just kidding. The smart thing is to lay up every time.
I know. I played gator, and even putted with my gator.
Really? Were you in a headwind, or were you just feeling
It
it?
was just really close.
Oh,
Looks like
it was
Paige,
just in your hand.
Yeah, Paige is going to get away with a 3 on that.
Oh
That
my
is
gosh,
awesome.
that's fantastic. I saw Kona 3 it yesterday.
She 3'd it again today as well.
Oh,
Go-
did she?
go
That's
Kona.
awesome.
There was only 4 threes out there, and that is a great birdie. I think
Yes.
that's one I would raise the roof on.
I'm totally stoked to get a 4 on that hole.
Me too. Happy to get off clean.
That one just blew.
Yeah, that looks so pretty. So hole 9 is a really sweet tee shot. It's huge downhill, and you're throwing at the baskets behind those really big trees that Paige is mashing towards. It's such a fun tee
Wow,
shot.
that was
Is it fun
such a
for a lefty
crush.
too, with those trees on the left?
Yes, I actually clipped the tree on the right a little bit today, but I don't really think this one favors either side. I just have to be careful not to hides her out. There's OB along the right side, which I did today. I rolled out.
Oh. Looks like Hokom made the forehand work even with those trees in the way. She's really good at flexing that Anheuser forehand.
Yeah, and it's pretty wide. Again, I just think it's really fair.
Val rips a giant backhand.
Yes, that's a crush.
The hole is 747 feet. It's still a par 4. Definitely threeable 100% if you get off the tee. It's the next shot's only about 200 feet. There are those big trees guarding the green, but it's definitely an option. Definitely gettable. Looks like Catrina's okay with her drive.
So, as a right-hander, is that a good spot to be over there to the left? I saw several people go over there.
It's not
Does
bad.
it make it tough? Or?
It's hard for if you're wanting to throw another backhand approach because all of those trees, you can see we're kind of looking down a lane right now. That lane is not friendly with those low-hanging branches.
Right.
But Catrina, you can see she just threw a forehand. It's really great if you want to throw a forehand route outside of the lane. But if you're a right-hand backhand, you want to throw another right-hand backhand, it's definitely good to land where Val is. Yeah.
Okay.
It's wide open. Hokom with the standstill, killing it.
Oh my God.
She is locked
Go for
in.
that eagle.
Wow, that would have been sweet.
She wasn't happy just with the ace. She wants an eagle too.
Yeah. An ace and an eagle in one round. Best thing ever. Val looks like she is just outside circle 1. Oh, that would have been a really nice birdie. The greens were a little gusty out there towards the second half of the round.
I was about to say, it was just kind of weird because I just felt like I had to just pretend like there wasn't wind because I didn't really know what it was going to do or when it was going to affect anything.
Yeah.
Because I didn't really notice it affecting any of my putts today.
Yeah.
But my drives for sure.
So Paige and Catrina, even though it looks like they messed up, they actually still are walking away with pars.
Drop in, yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely threeable.
Val also is going to get her par, and Hokom is the only birdie on the card. Whew. She's just running away. Wow, 5-stroke lead.
You stopped yourself that time. You're getting better.
All right, moving on to hole 10. We're officially in the back 9. This is a 956 par 5, and it's downhill the whole way. I think a 4 is pretty gettable for a lot of the field.
Yeah, this is definitely, I would consider it an easy 5 because it's long, but it's wide, and really there's just no trouble. You're just throwing bombs.
Yeah. Apparently 48% of the field got a birdie.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah. So this is, I would say, like kind of a gimme 5.
Yeah, I would definitely say that if I didn't birdie this, I would feel like I bogeyed.
Yeah, totally. There is some OB on the left over there. You can see the guy in the blue is right on the edge. He's the spotter. And if you turn it over too much, there's some OB on the right. But for most people, I don't think it really comes into play.
Oh.
Was that a green? I think that was a green.
No, it looked like you did an X. I'm not sure.
Just holds the paddle up halfway.
Yeah.
To make everyone guess. I love watching Hokom drop the forehand bombs. She can throw it so far using her legs. It's unbelievable.
And I love seeing her develop her backhand also. Man.
It's nice to watch it from the kind of from the bottom up. Looks like there's still some people on the green, but these ladies don't care. They're just gonna remember us back here. Oh, wait, that was my card on the green.
Oh, got some feelings about this, Madison.
We're going to have a talking about this later. So I saw this shot from the following tee pad. Paige absolutely crushes it.
Oh my gosh. Real shocker there.
And
golly.
And it was as close as it looks.
Oh my God.
We all thought it was in. Wow. So that was for an albatross.
Huh?
An albatross.
Man, I was all proud of myself for jump putting for an eagle here.
Dang, that's huge though.
Wow, that is amazing.
But yeah, I saw you throw your second shot on this too. You dropped a bomb. Looks like that was some pretty easy third shots. Everyone's within the circle for their 4. Oh, Paige just gets.
Oh my gosh.
A little deep. Oh my God! She wanted that. What a great run! And that's the advantage that Paige has out here on this type of a course. When we have these big distance holes.
Great cut.
Yeah. Outside the circle putt from Val. That was for her 4.
Oh, was that for 4 also?
That was, I think, that was for the 4. She ended up taking the 5. But yeah, so watching Paige run at Eagles we want to see more of it.
I forgot, or running for albatross.
And these ladies clean up, make it look easy. And 2 birdies, 2 pars, and we're on to a little bit of a shorter hole, hole 11. This is a big, for a right hand, this is a big Anheuser, or if you've got a meaty forehand, it's also great. Paige is looking right outside circle 2 there. There's some trees to contend with off the tee pad. You want to put it wide like Val just did, or even wider. I saw some people throwing rollers. This is a great hole for a lefty backhand. How'd it work out for you, Christina?
Well, I mean, it is, yeah. I had a putt for birdie, but I think I was outside the circle or right on the edge. You do have to go wide or really low or do that.
It's 302 feet, but it's uphill, so it plays a little longer.
And you have to play so wide.
Man, look at
that. Wow. That's the play right there.
Oh, my gosh. Catrina always has those rollers dialed in. It's very fun to watch.
Yeah, you don't see a lot of women throwing rollers for some reason.
Mm-hmm. You have to just start experimenting with flippy discs, and it's kind of scary at first. They can go very wrong.
Yes. And it seems like there's always all this crazy wind everywhere you play.
Yeah.
Only during the actual round.
Hokom wanted it. That was for her birdie. Catrina takes a huge birdie. That is awesome.
Oh, wow.
It's cool to see her throw the roller, too, with all that trouble right behind the basket.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can say Kat, some female that you see throw the most rollers. It seemed like last year she started doing that more.
Yeah, I think at Ledgestone there's a course that they played that has a bunch of low-hanging branches, but it's like pretty open fairways, and she was just laying down rollers left and right. It's always a bummer to see a little chain out 4, but it happens to the best of us. Get off this hole onto the next.
For me, it's time with my friends.
For me, it's a walk in the park.
For me, it's my job.
For me, it's fun.
All right, moving on to hole 12. This is a 320-foot, slightly downhill. The basket's kind of tucked into the right, very guarded. You can get it with an Annie backhand or with a big bomber forehand. This camera angle is a little bit hard to tell, but this is definitely right in Hokom's wheelhouse.
Yeah, this is one of those ones, and you look at it and you're like, wow, that's such a lefty gimme, and I really struggle with this hole. It's odd. You get over that hill, and my crank and even my force were just turning over, and I was going just completely perfectly straight down that hill.
From the tee pad, it doesn't really feel like there's a lot of wind, but then you get down there and it's kind of swirly. Ooh, geez.
Yeah, I don't know if it's just the way the hills are. It's a really sloped hole. It's actually beautiful. I love this hole. I think it's a great hole, even though I haven't done
You want
so
to hear
great on
something
it.
crazy?
Yes, always.
No birdies on this hole.
That is not crazy to me. I mean, it looks like it would be easy, and it's just got some voodoo magic. I don't know.
I had a 40-footer. I hit the band.
Oh,
Ugh.
did you throw a backhand?
Forehand.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and there's a lot of stuff around the basket, lots of logs, mulch. So you don't have to worry about really rollaways here. It's pretty friendly. It's I would say a very easy 3.
Yeah.
Only one bogey for the day. Everyone else got a par. So it played
I was
friendly.
at yesterday. I was at one bogey probably yesterday. That was me.
Oh, it happens.
The lefty hole.
On the lefty hole.
Yeah.
Oh, extra bummer. Yeah, not a lot of exciting stuff to say about this hole, but some really, really straightforward 3s. Kind of just get this hole over with and move on to the next. We're kind of getting into a part of the course where there is some scoring opportunity. So it's there's some birdie holes. There's a lot we can kind of mess around with. Hokom still has a 4-stroke lead on Paige. Val still hanging on. Catrina still sitting right at even. And we're moving on to hole 13. This is a 330-foot downhill hole, pretty wide open. There's not a lot to mess with the tee pad or by the basket. Maybe just fear of going too far past because it's pretty steep downhill. But I think a straightforward hyzer is definitely what you're going to see a lot of out here. I don't know what it is about these wide open holes that give me so much grief.
It's all the pressure.
It's a lot
Like, I'm
of
supposed to
pressure.
birdie this hole.
This is an
hate
easy
those.
birdie, quote unquote.
That's why I don't do well on left-handed holes. I'm like, I'm supposed to do well, so I think I'm going to screw it up.
Val taking the wide route.
Yeah, I struggle with disc selection on this hole, to be honest.
It's an
because it
interesting
does
angle.
pull it. Yeah. And so I come in on the hyzer angle, but that tree obviously is getting in the way, and I've hit it both days. I need a new game plan going into tomorrow, but
And what just happened to Val is really the only worry you have on this hole. Ooh, thought she was going to cash it. It's like we've said a million times, it's a lot steeper than it looks on the camera angle. Hokom with the around the tree look.
Stop. Yeah, it seemed like for the hyzers, I saw a lot of them getting pulled like way further than you expect.
Yep. Paige with a huge birdie putt just inside the circle. Looks like she took a minute to just kind of
I was gonna say she's like sauntering up.
Let me just watch this. Val saves her par. Hokom has an easy tap in, and
Catrina closest to the basket.
look at that CTP.
Wow, dropping it in for 2.
Great shot. This is right in her wheelhouse with those that nice little hyzer flip, gentle landing.
I wonder if she threw. Are y'all throwing mid ranges or drivers on this hole?
I threw a driver, but don't ask me. I'm a bad person to ask on this hole.
I don't have anybody else to ask, Madison.
Oh yeah, true. Go somewhere else.
Let's forget about the car for a moment. Your local next-gen qualifiers are all fun entry-level PDGA sanctioned C tiers. There are 3 ratings-based divisions, creating a competitive environment for beginners all the way up to amateurs aspiring to become professionals. Don't forget to sign up for the Next Gen Virtual Challenge. You get to play locally and see how you rank nationally. Don't miss out.
Moving on to hole 14. 206.
Oh, sorry. I didn't expect that.
260 feet. Looked like she might have just kind of monkey pawed a little bit. Maybe she was going for there. Oh, it's Amanda. Never mind. There's kind of an around the outside.
I was going to say right where Paige, I was seeing the men go through those 2 trees.
That's still a tough shot. It's a really tight gap. You can't even see the gap from where the camera guy's standing. It's a really tight gap over there. Kind of I don't even know if it's worth.
I wouldn't think so because honestly, right there where Sarah did, it's actually pretty wide.
Yeah, I watched Paige yesterday throw a Peter McBride Truth up the middle and get it easy too. So I'm surprised she decided to go for the hyzer angle. Maybe it was a little.
Oh, right there. That's the one.
Val makes it look
The
easy.
accent just came out. Right layer. Yeah, and you don't want to hit any of those trees on the left side because you're going out of bounds.
Yeah.
Because that hill, it drops off fast.
When I first played this round, or the first round that I played this hole, I had no idea there was out of bounds down on the left.
Oh.
It's like, yeah, it's a pretty steep sloping downhill
Yes.
to like bunkers and a green. Can't see it in the camera angle, but it's kind of in the back of the player's minds. You can see on such a easy straight short hole, you kind of wonder why everyone's shanking, but it's a little nerve-wracking.
It is. It looks like it should be easy too. It's just a little mid-range shot, but
only one birdie here all day.
Wow. That was on my card.
Yep.
Candace, she was parked.
Candace Romaine.
Yep. Yeah, that hill drops off really fast. So if you start rolling at all, you're definitely going out of bounds.
It's very scary. And it was a little gusty. I don't know about for you guys, but when we played this hole, it was a little bit gusty. But the green is wide open. Once you get past those trees, it's pretty friendly. It's all about just putting your putt in the basket.
Yeah.
Looks like Catrina just did that. But after that little struggle at the beginning, that's not the kind of hole that feels very good to mess up on.
No, it doesn't. But I wouldn't be surprised to find out that there were a lot of bogeys on that hole.
Yeah.
Even though it's easy.
Isn't it funny to get a 4 on a 1,000-foot hole and then you come to a 260-foot hole and take a 5? You're like, what is happening?
I try not to think about stuff like that.
Yeah, disc golf. That's what I thought about all day today.
Okay, we need to work on your mental guy.
Yeah, I know. Hokom taps in her 3. It's off clean and moves on to the next hole. Next couple are really fun, definitely scoreable holes. This one's downhill, 380 feet. The basket is elevated, but it lines up really nicely for a forehand. There's a bunker if you go a little bit long, but looks like Hokom stayed out of trouble.
Yeah, it looks like she overthrew that.
Yeah, a little off. Val rips and Annie puts it a little bit nose down, but it corrects itself and
oh wow. That just kept going.
She's the first person I've seen contend with that.
Yeah, as a right-hander, that would be very
380.
difficult.
Wow, she just ripped that.
It is downhill. It doesn't play quite 380, but you don't want to flatten it out and go in that bunker.
Looks like Paige doesn't quite get as much on it as she wants, but it's a nice safe play. 3's not bad on this.
I would think that probably there were a lot of mostly pars on this hole, or
Yep.
But you want your second shot under the basket.
About 3/4 of the field got a 3 on this.
Okay.
So pretty boring.
I did that. I had a birdie putt, but I wasn't I was coming from the other side, and I just knew that if I missed it, I was gonna fly.
Yeah, it's scary on those elevated baskets.
Well, this one, oh wow, she's not scared.
Hokom is hungry for this win. I love it. Was that outside
like
the circle?
It looked like maybe just right on it. I couldn't tell.
That is such an awesome putt. That is not easy. Hokom and Jessica Weiss were the only 2 birdies on this hole.
Oh, Jessica teed it yesterday also. She was actually just set it in for her 2 yesterday.
Yeah.
She didn't even have to putt it.
That's how it was today too. She was parked. Looks like Val Hokom and Paige are going to get out of here with their pars.
I can't say there's a hole on this course that I'm disappointed with the 3.
Yeah.
That I'm like, oh, I should have teed that. I'm like, okay, I'll take my 3.
Yeah,
Be done.
Feels kind of nice to just get off the hole.
Yes.
Okay, one more par. Put it in the pocket.
Are you currently looking for the one? How do you get hooked up usually?
Through friends,
Players' parties.
sometimes even fans.
And how's that been working for you?
Not so good.
Have you ever tried looking online?
Never.
You should check this site out.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
Find your go-to disc at blankinkdiscs.com today. 2018 Tour Support discs available now.
Gotta get one.
I need one.
All right, hole 16, 285 feet, an island hole, but definitely scoreable, definitely in the wheelhouse of these ladies for a birdie.
Yeah, there's actually a couple routes you can take on this. You have the straight up the middle like Val's doing now, and you also have the big hyzer around the outside for a righty.
Ooh, oh, looks like the wind might have got a hold of that. Thought it was low enough.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
yeah, you're also throwing downhill, so you have a lot of things to think about, your height. Oh, man.
Paige might have put it a little low. Spotter? Hello?
I don't know. She's hiding behind a tree.
Yeah. Catrina's taking the hyzer route.
Yeah.
I actually hadn't seen anyone throw that until today. It's kind of exciting. Yeah, Jessica took it today and parked it. It was cool.
I've seen several take it high and wide. The crazy thing about this hole is how small the island is.
It is.
It's easy to go out the back.
There's some space, like almost to circle 2 on the left-hand side, but on the right-hand side, it is inside circle 1.
Yeah, it looks like most of the island is circle 1. So
the drop zone's pretty fair, but it is. I mean, that's a tough shot to make.
Yeah, I mean, if you go drop zone, it's kind of easy for her. Oh my gosh, she is on fire.
She is on fire.
None of these baskets scare her.
No, she's just trusting the putt today. I guess that's how you do it. Paige cleans up her 4. This is one of those holes that, I mean, you can get off really clean or you can be off just a tiny bit and take a high score.
Yeah.
I guess that's true for any island hole. Makes you a little nervous on the tee, but looks like we're going to leave this hole with a couple bogeys, sadly, and a couple birdies.
No fours.
Even for the hole. We like it. Hokom's still kind of running away. Still 7 strokes in the lead.
Still no bogeys for the round so far.
No bogeys for Hokom. I didn't notice that.
Crazy.
That is crazy. Bogey free out here would be unbelievable.
There's just so much stuff. Like even if you have a good shot, those hazards, it's almost like they put them right where a good shot would land.
And like just rollaways.
Oh wow.
There's
cat with the roll. Yep. That is definitely the shot on this hole.
Oh, that's great.
Because this is a hole where you drive and you're like, oh man, that was a crush, and then you see it and it looks like it lands like right in front of your face. Like it goes nowhere.
It's a 400 and let's see, 400 and something. 442 feet, but and it's a par 4 for the ladies. It's kind of a gimme par 4, I would say.
Oh yeah, for sure. This is definitely kind of like a tweener.
Yeah, you feel like you bogeyed if you take a 4.
Yes.
We had Paige yesterday with a roller having an eagle look. Looks like Catrina might have a jump putt as well.
Yeah, this is a lot more uphill than it's showing on camera. And your second shot, me and Jessica, we were talking about this yesterday during a round, joking about how we need to throw a driver on your second shot, even though you feel like you're like right there.
It's like Paige just kind of almost threw it in for her eagle. Hokom working around the tree. The green's pretty friendly. It's grabby. You don't have to worry about anything happening up there. I thought Catrina was a little bit closer with her roller, but that'll be a nice easy birdie. Ooh. Paige steals a birdie from outside the circle. That was a great uphill putt. Straddling from outside the circle is hard.
It is, especially going uphill.
Yes. That's very impressive. Trina takes her birdie.
Wow, was that an all-star birdie?
I think so.
That's pretty sweet.
Kind of what we expect out here.
Yeah.
From these ladies. That's, like I said, a 3.5.
Hokom 3 in a row.
All right, and we're finishing up the round with hole 18. This is a pretty good finishing hole. It's kind of cool. There's the bleachers up by the green, so it's very exciting. Everyone's cheering. There's definitely some OB in contention on the right-hand side with that tall grass, and you can see that kind of like dusty-looking pit on the left. That is OB as well. These ladies aren't worried about it. Yeah, that was a crush.
Yeah, that OB on the left is definitely probably where you see more people because they just hyzer out into it when they don't have quite the distance. These ladies have, oh my gosh. That's ridiculous.
So it is downhill, slightly downhill, but it slopes back uphill about halfway down the fairway. So that is, even though it looks downhill, that is a mash. It is hard to get all the way up there.
All these ladies are in a good position, just right out in the middle of the fairway. There is a lot of activity up near the basket.
This hole is 567 feet, so definitely reachable in terms of footage, but with the hills, it definitely adds some space.
And you can see all those hazard areas around the basket. OB and hazards. I mean, it's almost like you just throw it and hope for the best.
So Catrina might have found the one on the right. There's a green
she did.
Just threw over the top as well. But definitely it's reachable. It's just about finding your putt. Oh,
yeah, they're both in hazard. Actually, I was up there watching, and they were all real close to each other, but Sarah made it out of that hazard.
Like Paige puts it safe.
Yep.
A little bit of a death putt, but should be gettable.
I saw you make a awesome putt from there, from your knees, in that little ditch. That was fun.
Tricky, but made it. Hokom was hunting for her birdie. Oh man. Yeah, I kind of like the hazard play. I mean, it's kind of nice to play from your disc, even though it's in OB. It's nice to not have to talk about where it went out of bounds.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever played with hazards, or maybe not much, and just never went in them. So this is my first experience.
It's not bad, right?
No, it's not. There's times
unless you landed in a bunch, then it's bad.
Yeah.
Paige with a slightly downhill putt right at the green, kind of scary. And makes it look easy for her birdie.
It's nothing scary to her, I don't think.
That's an excellent birdie. I think she was the only birdie of the day on hole 18.
That's a sick birdie.
In the FPO field.
I mean, even just a par on, again, like my whole card parred on this, and we're just ecstatic with the par on this hole.
And Hokom makes it out of the round with no bogeys.
God.
That is bogey-free out there is unbelievable.
Wow. And you ace and then still just go on a tear after that is so impressive.
Yeah, 6-stroke lead on the rest of the field. That is just unbelievable. Well, we hope you guys enjoyed the coverage today. We had fun bringing it to you. Sorry about all the giggling. I hope you guys enjoyed Christina's first time out here.
Yeah.
I think she'll be back again, safe to say. Tomorrow we get to go watch Hokom, Paige, Jessica, and Catrina, it looks like. Either Catrina or Val.
Oh, they're tied.
I think probably Catrina. It'll be a fun battle to watch.
Oh.
We know how Paige likes to come back and shoot really low scores on the final round day. We never know what to expect with her. Jessica also shooting pretty hot today. So thank you guys for hanging out with us. Stay tuned. The men's round is coming up, and also Dixon Jowers is bringing you his special. Anything?
No. I just had fun. Thank you for listening to my travel.
Thanks for dealing with us, and we will see you tomorrow.
If you're fortunate enough or skilled enough, whichever way you want to look at it, to start picking up a couple birdies in a row and everything's feeling good. I mean, I'm not really thinking about anything. I'm just sort of supremely confident that I can birdie the next hole and the next hole and the next hole. And until you get surprised and can't do it, you just kind of keep going, and then take it from there. But it's just, you don't have to think much when you're playing really well.
You limit thoughts. That's like, so if you're just feeling it, to me, I just kind of tune everything out and just stay really present, stay in the moment. Who cares what you did 4 holes ago? it really doesn't matter. It's all about, it's the cliche, it's all take the one shot at a time, but it really is the truth. And when you're feeling in the zone, it's like just ride it as long as you can. Try to not get distracted, not talk about what's going on.
I grew up playing with the legend Nate Doss, and he always taught me that no matter what happens, good or bad, ace or bogey, try to stay relaxed. Try to stay even keel. Don't get too excited when you do something good, and don't get too angry when you do something bad. It's the hardest thing to do.
And you have to, when things are going really great, you have to just step up and just go. Because you know that your body, your muscles, everything are so perfectly in tune that if you get your brain in the way, you're destined for failure. That's the thing that you're always thinking, well, is this happening because of, is this lucky or whatever it might be? You have to stand there and say, no, I'm doing this because I prepared myself to do it. I'm ready to go. And really, that's what it is.
Basically what the zone is no thoughts and feeling like you're the only one out there, you know, and everyone's here to watch you, and you're putting on a show. So it's basically just stepping up to every shot, nothing in your mind, knowing you're going to make it, and you know, just knowing people are there to watch you. And it's exciting knowing that feeling, because you're walking down the fairway and you see people smiling or you see people angry. There's no in between. They're either loving that you're playing well or they're hating it.
gives it her all and gets the birdie.
Putt. She makes that look so easy.
Anywhere safe, you can call it Ricky. Eddie Rick! Ricky lights up! What a shot, Simon! Are you kidding me?
A little too high, but it's good.
That's a bomb.
Yeah,
that's
get in the
really
hole.
good.
Get in the hole.
Hi, Sarah. How you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm fine. Thanks for sitting down with us for a couple minutes. So, you have, like, when we think of Sarah, we think California, but that's not true. I just learned. So where did you grow up?
Actually, I grew up in Idaho, in a small town outside of Boise, and called Caldwell, with two older brothers and both my parents. And I lived there for 17 years before I went off to college.
Okay. Where did you go to college?
I went to George Washington University in D.C.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Played volleyball there for 4 years on scholarship.
Wow.
And I kind of set the stage for a lot of things in my life.
Right. So I mean, obviously you're a professional athlete now, and you said you played volleyball. We've got some volleyball pics here. So how did you get into that? Like how did you go from I don't want to say farm girl, but I guess when I think small town Iowa or Idaho, I think farm girl, but maybe not. But how did you go from small town in Idaho out to be good enough at volleyball to get a scholarship at a major university across the country?
Well, it was, I always played sports all throughout my life, from Optimist soccer to t-ball, softball, all of them. And volleyball kind of resonated with me, and I started playing club volleyball, which is kind of like Junior Olympics style, outside of just regular school ball, and that's where you get recruited to play. And I got recruited in my senior year pretty late to play over there. And man, it was amazing to play in the heart of our capital,
right?
And go to school at a really great university.
Sure.
So,
were you setter, hitter?
I was an outside hitter and a right side, so I did have setting duties.
Okay. So, what was it like growing up with the brothers? Like, were they on you? Were they punching you in the shoulder? What was it like?
We had our little tiffs.
Yeah.
They were mostly just provided kind of like, friends to play with, and we always played sports, basketball, Cowboys and Indians, tag, snowball fights, building snow, snow stuff in the wintertime. Sledding, all sorts of, we were very active.
Okay, so this picture that you sent of your brothers, nice family photo there, but I've got to ask you about this hairdo. So we've got like wavy 80s hair with what it looks like 4 or 5 braids or cornrows or
little braids?
Had you just come back from Jamaica or something? What was going on there?
I didn't come back from Jamaica. I don't know. I think I was kind of a girly girl. I always had my nails painted, and I got a permed in my hair.
Oh wow!
That was kind of the style back in the day. I guess that was probably late '80s, early '90s, and I got a perm. We used to do that, and I always had really interesting hairstyles though. For a while, I had this ponytail on top of my head. I don't know.
Like Pebbles Flintstone sort of thing?
Man, pretty close. Yeah, it was just part of the hair. And then we also had back in the '80s, you had that feathered look on the sides of the ears. That was kind of, I always liked that because it would seem to dampen the effects of my ears that I always felt like stuck out a little more than normal.
So do you think you can talk to Paragon and get them to make a hat that has a hole in the top so you can get the ponytail coming out?
We could bring it back.
2018?
The Pebbles look?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Okay, so when you're traveling the road, you said that you're out all the time. Like what are you looking to do? So once the tournament's done and you've got another tournament a couple weeks away or whatever, are you heading out to the woods? Are you trying to find a spa somewhere? How do you relax?
I definitely like my time to relax. Hiking and visiting beautiful places is certainly high on my list. But I do really compete nearly every weekend. Yeah. If I'm not competing, I'm probably trying to run an event or do something. I have to monetize my time. I can't just be out here for free. I literally do rely on prize money to get me up the road.
Sure.
So I can't really take weeks off at this point. So mostly my schedule's full. I'm headed up the next day, or maybe in 2 days or so. I'm headed to the next destination and practicing the courses and doing all the other stuff in between.
Awesome.
For player branding, social media stuff.
Yeah. Well, thank you for spending some of your time. I don't think I can monetize this time, but thanks for sitting with us for a couple minutes.
Yeah, no worries. Thanks for having me.
At Kids Disc Golf, we believe the future is now. Talented and skilled junior disc golfers are getting ready to join us for the first ever United States Junior Disc Golf Championships hosted at Smuggler's Notch Resort in Jeffersonville, Vermont. Smugs boast world-class amenities and an experience like no other. Join other junior disc golfers and their families August 3rd through 5th and make this a family vacation you'll never forget.
We are on hole 9 of the San Francisco Open Glen Eagles Golf Course. Hole 9 plays in at over 740 feet. Looks like it's slightly downhill, a little bit of a tighter gap off the tee. There is going to be out of bounds that comes into play short of the tee pad. You're going to see some massive drives off of this tee going down the hill. Some players who have a huge arm and can really get a good left to right flex going down the hill are going to have an easier upshot for the birdie 3 on this par 4. There is going to be some trouble if the players either hit early or if they turn their drive over to the right, but this is going to be a great spot to watch some of the top pros unleash a drive off of this tee pad.
Drive to operate control, the object to the hole, land that craft close to the pole. Drive, the urge, the force, leave it all on the course. Attacking angles with no remorse. Approach your shots, your thoughts, with lessons you were taught. A gauge in the present onslaught. Approach the plastic prophylactic, the biscuit to the basket. Results from long hours of practice. Putt, confidence and poise must block out the noise. Adrenaline will be deployed. Putt, the grip of the chains, the pathways in your brains. Hyzer hemoglobin in the veins. Slinging some patent-pending poetry just before the pros hit the tee. So stop what you're doing and go sit down. Oh wait, you already are? Well, enjoy the view.
Are you currently looking for the one? How do you get hooked up usually?
Through friends,
Players' parties.
sometimes even fans.
And how's that been working for you?
Not so good.
Have you ever tried looking online?
Never.
You should check this site out.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
Find your go-to disc at blankinkdiscs.com today. 2018 Tour Support discs available now.
Gotta get one.
I need one.
Hole 1 here at Glen Eagles gets the San Francisco Open started in style, as each one of our competitors gets the chance to really air it out in front of our gallery. Now, buyer beware, because left and right of this fairway is out of bounds, and the gentle left to right slope will pose problems for any aggressive rollers off the tee. Once the competitor finds themselves in the fairway, they are treated with this slight left to right downslope and must navigate the network of trees down by the pin to secure their birdie 3. We do expect a fair amount of birdies, but the blackberry bushes on the right side of the fairway can pose problems for anyone getting a little too froggy off the tee.
Hello everyone and welcome to day number 2 at the 2018 San Francisco Open. I'm your host Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy, and joining me again in the booth, Dixon Jowers. And Dixon, we're ready for another great day of disc golf. We just got done watching the women play their second round on the lead card, and today I think we've got hopefully a great show in store.
Yeah, it's a pretty fantastic group that's going. The sun has come out. The wind has picked up a little bit. Let's watch some disc golf.
Simon Lizotte teeing off here on hole number 1, the 204-meter. Got to use that reference. I'm sure there's plenty of international fans watching right now.
Yeah, I don't know how far that is at all.
I'm guessing about 700 feet, just short of.
Is that 20 circle ones, I think?
And another gentleman we know all too well, Paul McBeth.
Yeah, it feels like when you're on the box that you should throw something with some anhyzer, but it's not really worth it. It doesn't get you very much. So these guys are taking the smart play, getting some extra distance with a little bit of turn, but just getting yourself in the middle and then worrying about the second shot on this difficult starting hole.
And what a treat. We have Eagle McMahon also joining, who of course we watched yesterday. Eagle and Simon, known as the two furthest throwing players in the sport of disc golf. And that looks like that at a little
get off of that tree
turn. We'll see if it can fight itself back. And wow, what a drive by Eagle McMahon.
Yeah, that's an absolute crush on this hole, but it doesn't give him anything other than a shorter upshot. So it's a lot of risk with very little reward.
Let's go Warriors tonight, baby! Let's go!
And Nate Doss, 3-time world champion from California. just down the road in Santa Cruz. Finds himself on the lead card, cheering for the Golden State Warriors tonight. And right out in the middle, as you would expect, by Doss. Be back with you after a word from our sponsor.
Flashlight LED disc golf discs just changed the game. The unique Disco Select feature allows everyone to choose their own color by simply pressing the middle button, then pressing it again during the first rotation of colors when the one you want appears. Or you can leave it in disco mode, rotating through the 6 different colors for the duration of your game. Designed by serious professionals, crafted from Night Eye's unrivaled sure grip material, and featuring Night Eye's patented fiber optics array, these discs strike the perfect balance of durability, stability, performance, and just plain awesomeness. With easily replaceable batteries and an uber-long life, the Flash Flight driver, mid-range, and putter will shine as they blaze your path to victory, day or night. Night Eyes. Discover your solution.
Thank you again to Night Eyes, a proud supporting partner here of the 2018 Disc Golf Pro Tour. Dixon, we've got quite a group lined up. I know we just watched them tee off. Simon Lizotte, Paul McBeth, Eagle McMahon, Nate Doss. What are we talking about? 7 world championship titles and a couple guys definitely in the hunt for what would hope to be their first?
Yeah, well, 7 world championships and probably the top 2 people for who people are betting on to win this year. This is kind of the old school with Nate, with kind of the bridge of Paul between the old and the new, and then Eagle and Simon with the new. But Nate can surely beat all the new kids. The new kids can beat the old guy. Who knows what's going to happen? Maybe somebody comes from the third card, because there's great golfers stacked up for a long time, even after these 4.
Well, and speaking of new, we have to talk a little bit about, do we have any updates on Waisaki's finger? Did he get any of that new skin or maybe some glue or something?
Oh, and that catching the tree there. I spoke to Ricky after the round yesterday and took a look at his finger up close, and it's pretty gnarly looking. It's basically right where the fingernail, on the side of the fingernail. If you've ever picked at the side of your fingernail and gotten that little sore spot, it's that, except it's probably 3/4 of an inch long and deep. I mean, it is a cut for sure. He's basically just told me that he's just going to have to play with it. It hurts every time he throws, and then it stops hurting after that. So you just kind of have to grin and bear it the whole time. He's got 2 birdies to get the round started, 1 bogey to go with it, but 2 birdies, which is a much better start than he had yesterday.
Well, we'll keep an eye on Ricky Waisaki, of course, being one of the other favorites to win out here this weekend, as we watch Paul McBeth with a really nice, gentle approach shot there, probably throwing a Nova, possibly a rock, but probably is Nova, just trying to get to sit down near the pin. You really want to walk away from hole 1 with a birdie 3.
Yeah, for sure. And this hole kind of illustrates the kind of theme of the course. If you have a good drive, birdies are definitely gettable. If you have a bad drive, you are working hard for par. So all these guys putting it in the middle, manageable shots for them. And let's see how they're able to, once they get to that green, see if they can stack those putts up. So Eagle is jump putt distance, but he's going to have to go. He's going to have to deal with some obstacles here to get over to the basket. Well, that's useful. Yeah, I guess you can just do that. Just a little jump putt on a 640 or 668 foot hole. So yesterday, 3 of these guys were able to get the birdie 3, Nate being the lone 4. He'd like to change that today by cashing in on this putt.
Looked like Nate went with a somewhat conservative approach there. You know, with that downslope, you certainly don't want to give away any strokes by being too aggressive and possibly carrying past the basket and have a difficult uphill putt. That's not the way you want to start your second round. And Lizotte caught a tree as he was coming in as well, and that puts him just about 42, maybe 45 feet, but no problems. Simon Lizotte with a birdie from 45 feet. That's a great start here on hole 1.
Well, and things like that, you know, on the first hole, it's not that big of a deal, but the more that happens, the more it's going to frustrate his card mates of Paul and Eagle thinking, okay, well, I'm inside of him. I'm going to pick up a stroke. And then he cashes a circle 2 putt on him.
Eagle also able to capitalize on that huge drive in a very short approach shot. He'll be walking away with the 3. Doss looks like he may be the lone 4 again here today, so he's let 2 strokes slip by versus his competitors here on hole number 1. We'll see if he can clean that up tomorrow and possibly get 1 for 3. We'll be back after a word from our sponsor and a whole preview of hole number 2.
Hole 2 marks our first par 3 out here at Glen Eagles, coming in at 378 feet of pure hyzer. The OB cart path does play right and beyond, so fair warning if you're trying to get too testy with that cypress on the right. If our competitors do happen to fall out of bounds, they have the option of re-teeing from our FPO tee, which is cut in short. The out of bounds is not the only danger, as putting into the wind will be a bit tricky, as this hole does play home to a first of 3 raised baskets, brought to you by the Pro Tour.
I just walked up to him.
And welcome back again. Thank you to Corey and Central Coast. They've assembled hole previews for all 18 holes out here at the Glen Eagles course. Something very exciting about this course and this event being a first-time event. And Sean Jack and his crew, I think it's Sean, his other brother Sean, and another Sean, just putting on this massive event here on the Disc Golf Pro Tour. And thank you for welcoming us to San Francisco on such a great weekend. And I think back with the action, as we're looking at hole number 2.
Yeah, Simon going with the hyzer there, hitting that side slope. This is the hole that's throwing up to the top of the mesa here. And Simon has the good distance on the drive, but he doesn't quite get on top. So now we'll see how Paul can follow that.
So a moment ago, Simon has thrown his drive. This is Paul McBeth.
And that's really kind of the spot you want to aim for to have your putt. If you crash into that hillside left of the basket, you're going to have right around circle's edge putt. Now it is going towards the downslope, but it is a much easier putt than if you're the same distance downhill from the basket. Eagle leaving that kind of uncharacteristically short there. Yeah, Nate's going to be sitting there right with Paul. Both of them are going to have circle's edge putts looking right at the basket.
We'll be back after a word from our sponsor. And again, welcome back. We are here in the booth. Dixon Jowers, Terry Miller, the disc golf guy. Wouldn't be a Saturday afternoon in California if we didn't have a camera that wanted to act a little goofy on us. So we're trying to get everything situated for you guys. The internet is here. We're glad you guys are watching us, tuned in, enjoy what's going on. If you'd like to participate in the chat, we kind of keep one eye on the chat board, making sure that everything looks and sounds as good as it can for you guys. Some really good discussion yesterday. People love the whole preview coming in just before they see the hole. Did Steve Dodge have some method to that madness to not do it that way?
I stopped asking questions about that sort of stuff. I just kind of, I control what I can control, and then what I can't, I can't.
Okay, well, these guys are just getting into position, and they'll be doing so here on hole number 2. It looks like there's a little conversation as to who's going to be throwing first, and it looks like Simon Lizotte is going to be throwing his approach, Eagle McMahon throwing his approach / putt here. Start the counter. That's the first time I've misnamed one of the two. That will be the last.
Ooh, can I take the over on that?
If you're a smart man. Really solid bid there by Eagle.
So Simon is here on this downslope. This isn't very far of a putt. He's just going to have to go uphill quite a bit. And he is unable to keep it high enough. Gets a little bit of a roll away, but still within comfortable distance. Now Nate and Paul will saunter over here to see if they stuck on the side or skipped up a little bit. So we'll basically find out, is it a 20-foot putt or a 35-foot putt?
Of course, we can see the flag blowing from what looks to be right to left. This should be all but routine for Nate Doss. And picks up the birdie.
How do you spell flag?
Is it possibly the same way that I pronounce bag or wagon? Apparently,
oh, wow, I hadn't heard that one.
Apparently there is conversation as to our dialect and tone around here. Paul McBeth also picks up a birdie.
I had a pretty decent Louisiana accent when I was growing up, but I think I've mostly gotten rid of it. There's still a little bit of Southern in there.
And the cleanup here by both Eagle and Simon in just a moment. Pair of birdies and a pair of pars. Let's listen to a word from our sponsor and a preview of hole 3.
Tempercraft USA. Double wall, 18/8 stainless steel construction. Keeps it cold while you're hot, keeps it hot while you're cold. Get your customized growlers, tumblers, and sports bottles. With a lifetime warranty and 1% back to the planet. Tempercraft USA. Temper your thirst.
Hole 3 looks to play its role as the last stage in the calm before the storm. Coming in at 444 feet, this par 3 is one of the more gettable holes out here on the course, playing downhill and left to right by nature. Power and precision is required on the sidearm shot or extreme touch on the backhand turnover. The cart path left of the pin does not play OB, but that Disc Golf Pro Tour wall to the right will, as competitors look to stay safe on the left side and putt back towards the OB.
Thank you again to Corey Central Coast as they're getting ready on hole number 3. Spoiler alert, if you weren't watching earlier, there was some magic that took place here on hole number 3 just a few hours ago. Sarah Hokom on the downhill shot, blind downhill shot nonetheless, easily skipping in for the ace. Congratulations to Sarah.
Yeah, fantastic shot. The MPO tee here is about 100 feet longer, just a little under 100 feet. But a little higher up, so it actually probably is about the same power of a throw. So let's see if these guys can follow Sarah's line from a few hours ago. Yeah, from this side angle, you can't quite tell, but this is a blind shot down to the right. And so these guys are
wanting to stick it out into the fairway a little bit just to make sure they beat that corner, and then give themselves a long putt or a short putt if they can hold that ante or hold that flick the entire flight. Yeah, Nate going with a buzz here, I believe, but it just doesn't, he doesn't hold it over enough, but he's safe out there in the middle. Easy 3 territory. If Simon got that to the green, he can use the wall as the backstop. But I don't know if he had it long enough there before it took its right-hand turn. Eagle taking the same line here as Paul, but leaves it out over to the left. So actually, there's probably going to be 3 layups and then whatever Simon has to offer.
Back it up. Hey guys. Okay, you guys were talking about the Vimo cable? Yeah, there's another one in your trailer. When you walk in to your right, kind of all the way down before that exit door, and it's laying on top of a black bin with a yellow top. Trent, are you using the same cable that you used yesterday?
All right, and we're back. They're going to move down the fairway. Again, just trying to get everyone into position and work with our camera, which is cooperating to some degree. What are we seeing on the scores here on the men's side so far in the early goings of round number 2, Dixon? Well, Drew Gibson was the one that was kind of getting our attention first. He was 3 under through the first 4 holes, was all the way up to second place. But he has since taken a bogey on 7 and then parred on 8. And as soon as our guys get through with this hole right here, they step into the most difficult section of this course. Between holes 4 and 8 are 4 of the 5 most difficult holes on the course. So actually, if you can go through all of that as par, you're taking strokes on the field. But Drew was able to get there quickly, but then gave one of them back. Other than that, we had a tight bunching after the first round. All it's doing is getting more compressed. There's more golfers shooting 1 and 2 under to get up there and catch Simon and Paul and Eagle up there at the top. Well, and as always, you can listen to us rattle off some stats and details and figures that we find, but you can also look for yourself. udisclive.com is the place to do it. And you can follow along with literally every single shot that's taken. There's a shot tracker and even a new feature recently added that you can select someone and star them as a favorite, so to speak, for a player that you may want to see all the time. And here's Nate going just for the layup here. Actually, right next to him is a trap door that goes down to One-Eyed Willie's treasure room. Oh, yeah, it's you never knew it was right here, but there it is. Actually, out at this course, they have foot golf as well. You might see periodically on the ground, you'll see green flags, green marking flags. Those are actually marking the giant pits that you'd kick your soccer ball in if that was the sort of thing that you were interested in. Uh-oh. And McBeth with a very aggressive putt off the top of the basket. It looks like it sat down for him, but had that hit just wrong, you could possibly even find yourself on the other side of the OB wall. Yeah, there's not a whole lot of distance between the two, and it is downhill. So Simon there was actually inbounds off the basket for his birdie 2. So it looks like he'll be taking the par. And here is Paul cleaning up as well.
So our 2 leaders are going to stay our 2 leaders. And everybody cleans up well. Once Nate taps this out, we will be heading off to the to take a look at what hole 4 has in store for us.
Hold on, guys. We're gonna hold right. Just to clarify, that cable's not in the media box.
The 513-foot par 3 hole 4 offers 2 distinct strategies for our competitors. Play the safe backhand hyzer followed by the safe sidearm hyzer to collect your par 3, or hope fortune favors the bold and rip it into the trees. A true risk-reward hole, this offers distinct scoring separation for all our players out there, as the long throwers do have the advantage on the birdie 2, but the placement shots off to the left avoid all the nasty.
And Dixon, a few moments ago, you talked about the difficulty in these next few holes, kind of the real meat of the course, so to speak. What would you suggest to someone if they were attacking this hole number 4, which is a par 3?
Yeah, well, only one of these guys got the birdie 2 yesterday. I mean, if it was me out there playing, my thought process would be, let's get a bunch of pars and take some strokes on everybody. But knowing the aggressiveness of at least 3 of these 4 players, I bet all of them are thinking, hey, everybody else is going to have trouble here, so I'm going to just go birdie everything and win the tournament right now. Which maybe that's why these holes are playing so difficult, is because when you get aggressive with them, bad things are going to happen. So this is the easiest of the next stretch. This is the 5th most difficult hole on the course. And by easiest, I mean not at all easy. Yeah, and the distance on this hole makes you feel like you really have to crush this, and Nate turning one over there trying to get the extra distance puts him off center on the tunnel, and he's not able to get all the way to the basket. Now, here's a guy that doesn't need to turn something over for distance.
And what an advantage you have when you have the power of a Simon or an Eagle here, knowing that you have no problem clearing all of those bunkers and possible OBs and hazards.
Yeah, there's only a couple of holes where elite distance is really going to be a huge advantage for you, and this is one of them. There's a lot of players in this field that getting a 2 here is just not an option. And Eagle is through clean. It's just going to come down to whether or not he has a clean putt. But he hit the gap like he was aiming to do and flew all the way without smacking any trees. So excellent job there by Eagle to get down close to this basket.
Of course, thank you, Latitude 64. Latitude also a huge supporter, and we'll see some words and information from the Next Gen Tour, but Latitude, I know, a huge supporter of the Next Generation Tour as well here in 2018. Last year they gave away a car. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, nobody gave me a car last year.
No, they didn't. They also tried to give away $20,000 last night, but nobody wanted it.
They did not ask me. I would have. I would have obliged. Yeah, I would have taken it. Apparently, you had to do some sort of skill of high test, and so that was not me.
Well, we're back here with Simon Lizotte.
Well, that is such a long putt to be able to spin through there. Really great shot there by Simon. Great work on the camera there so that we can see how difficult and long that putt was. Paul now has apparently either gone through clean to get way here on this downslope, or he maybe got some sort of crazy ricochet off the tree. No telling really what he's got down there. There are a lot of trees. He's going to have to handle this upslope. This is actually where they've stored a lot of the branches and trees that they have trimmed. This is a place that I think the course designers were not thinking that somebody would get to. But now that Paul is found, looks like Nate is sitting. That might be a blue flag indicating circle 2 right there.
And I'm guessing that will put him within 10 or 15 feet.
Well, I thought Paul was found. It looks like they may still be trying to figure out what's going on down there.
All right, Trent, I'll do a throw on 5. You'll be catching the bottom of 5, so you don't need to come all the way up. Just stay on the bottom of the whole 5.
So one of the things that I've noticed out at this course is how giant these trees are. So sometimes when you get off on a hill like this, it's not just that there are trees in the way, it's that there are enormous trees in the way, and it totally affects everything. Oh, maybe Paul has gone out of bounds? I didn't even know there was a drop zone on this hole.
I believe that's actually a drop zone for what might be the next hole if they were actually throwing, or one of the other holes, in an adjacent fairway. I don't believe that's a drop zone for this particular hole.
I hope not, because holy cow. Number one, why would you put it way back there? Yes, there's no drop zone here, at least according to the caddy book. He just happened to find himself next to a drop zone sign.
I believe that is possibly for the next hole, hole 5. So,
and this is Eagle. There was only 3% of the field that birdied this yesterday. He was one of them, and he cashes in again. Wow, what a great deuce by Eagle. And that is going to take him to join Simon and Paul atop the leaderboard, with Simon and Paul still having to clean up their par putts. So there's a chance that Eagle could be your outright leader after the 4th hole if Paul and Simon are unable to cooperate with their putts here. Paul says, "Thank you very much. I'll just take my par."
Simon's tapped in, and Nate will do the same. His approach shot right next to the pin. And with that, we've got a word from our sponsor and a hole preview for the long hole number 5.
Looking to take its place as the signature hole out here at Glen Eagles, this 1,033-foot par 4 is a combination of 2 holes on the traditional 18-hole course and is a distinct advantage for our long throwers out there. Ideally, you are placed on the right side of the fairway because this golf green and sand trap are going to come into play on your right to left hyzer approaching the pin. This hole played the highest above par in the pro field during the SFO preview event.
And back with the action here, 1,033 feet. How excited is someone like a long thrower and Eagle McMahon or Simon Lizotte? How excited do they get about a tee shot like this?
Well, I don't know because I'm not a long thrower. I think it would be lots of fun. I mean, like a Labrador Retriever at the pool or something like that. This has to be what these guys are looking for the most, and I'm just excited to watch. Oh boy, if that holds right. Oh boy. What's better than an albatross? Because this is getting, oh geez.
Wow, and what a shot, and perfectly placed in the fairway. It's fair to say that if you or I were to be out there throwing, we'd be pretty content with that being near our second shot.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, we'd have to do one of those like roller derby chains to where like I fling you along so you can throw further to make that sort of stuff happen. Oh, and Paul's going to go find the farm equipment over there on the left. This is still really high. And he is into the stuff on the left. That is an absolute crapshoot. He might have an open shot. He might have nothing but a pitch back to the fairway.
Nate Doss keeping the nose very low on that, trying to match the elevation, and I really like the play here. He's looks like he's fighting back to the center of the fairway. That was a really well executed drive by Nate Doss.
Yeah, he's in the normal spot where a good drive goes. Eagle is way past that, and Simon doesn't want people to talk about somebody else's distance on the card. Let's see if this can get to where Eagles is. It's looking like about the same shot.
Is it going to get past it is the question.
And it's past it with a better angle to the basket. Holy cow.
They've got a long walk. Let's listen to a word from our sponsors. And as if a long weekend of disc golf across the country isn't enough for you, Tuesday nights, tune in. Smashbox TV will give you a podcast every single week. We usually catch up with the winners, talk about some of the movers and shakers and some of the exciting stuff taking place in disc golf. And Dixon, you also find yourself talking about more disc golf week in and week out. You do that on a podcast yourself?
I do. It's called On the Box with Dixon Jowers. And ours is more focused on tournament recap and preview, and then also kind of what the hot topic is of the day. Yours is kind of more of a conversation, a lot of things going on, you and Johnny interacting with whoever your guest is. Mine's just kind of pretty much me talking.
I was going to say, if that's your polite way of saying we talk too much, I'm okay with that.
No, I mean,
we do talk a lot during those podcasts.
Yeah, Smashbox is great because pretty much as soon as you finish one, the next one has come out.
Exactly.
It's lasted the entire week, so you can just stay on a steady diet of Tear Bear and JVD.
Yeah, that's exactly the plan. So again, everyone's moving down the fairway right now. You're not missing any golf. It's just that long of a walk down this 1,000+ footer. Usually when you step onto a course and you're like, oh, there's a 1,033 footer, that's got to be the longest hole on the course. It's not.
And it's a par 4.
Yeah.
By the way.
I'm sure one could argue one way or another. We'll take a look at the stats and the scores. udisclive.com is the place you can do it yourself. So if you don't want to listen to us breaking it down, please go out and check in with UDisc. and you can see what's going on. And it gives you even a shot tracker, which they added late last year. You can literally see every single time someone is throwing, where they've thrown either to or from, and you can follow along. Also use your new favorites category on the profiles. This is Nate Doss.
Well done there by Nate. He's going to have a putt for his birdie 3, but if you noticed there a second ago, Paul not only had a bad drive, I had no idea that there was OB over there, and Paul has found it. So his drive that was in a bad spot is now in a bad spot with a penalty stroke. He still has to get through this gap that's probably only 100 feet in front of him, and then a big left-hand turn to try to get to the basket. If Paul can get up and down and save his par, that would be incredible. But even from here, I'm thinking just a single bogey is going to be a win.
You see him kicking up a little bit of the dirt, making sure he's got good footing, also trying to get somewhat of a wind read. And the afternoon sun is coming through. And wow, he has driven it all the way to the basket. It looks like a little bank shot late on the throw. Paul McBeth trying to hunt down, saving that par here on this 1,033-footer.
I don't think Paul, like me, I'm thinking, okay, hey, saving a bogey here would be a win. I don't think Paul's ever had that thought. No, I'll just go ahead and park it. Wow. That's really an incredible shot, boys and girls. I wish you could stand over there where he was and see how difficult that is, and then just be amazed that he just accomplished that.
And Eagle McMahon sizing up his shot.
So the interesting thing here is he's probably not even throwing this full power as a second shot on a 1,000-foot-plus hole. Yeah, he's throwing that about approach shot strength.
It looks like he needed a little bit more on it. Either that or he was possibly looking to hang that out a little bit wider to the right, possibly playing a skip in or something that might carry to the pin. But either way, that is going to be short and left. So he's going to have a little work to do if he's looking at trying to take that birdie.
Yeah, Simon's a little closer here, and he can go with a more spike line, not having to keep it so flat because he's got such a ceiling. Oh, man. Where he doesn't have a ceiling, but now he's going to have a ceiling and a garage and all sorts of problems over there in the junk.
And what a beautiful venue as our competitors, along with the gallery, making their way down here on hole number 5. I know we've talked about it a few times, but this is actually the furthest distance. When they're on this green or even along this fairway, this is the furthest distance you could possibly be from the clubhouse. But it's still not too far, but this is your furthest point out.
Yeah, it's I mean, at this point, your legs are starting to talk to you. You've gone down a hill, you've gone up a hill, you've gone super far away. You're starting to kind of feel the round. And as the pressure of knowing what everybody else on the card is shooting, I know these guys during the round, they're checking their phones, they're seeing how everybody else is doing, and they know that, man, we've got a fight on our hands right now. And so that kind of can get the adrenaline going, that can get you to focus, or it can start getting you worried. So I'm curious to see how they respond here. Paul's going to feel pretty good about his 4, and if Eagle doesn't make this putt, he's going to get the same score and feel totally different about it.
Well, and as if this one isn't a challenge enough, just thinking about hole 6 lurking beyond getting past hole 5. Hole 6 has plenty of challenges. Well, of course, we'll get there in a few moments once they conclude here on 5. It looks like we're getting everyone ready to go. Afternoon sun. We talked a little bit about the weather yesterday. I think we're going to be blessed with mid to low 60s throughout the entire weekend. The lows at night are in the low 50s and the highs are in the low 60s. So very consistent weather out here. It's just a matter of will we see straight cloud or possibly a little bit of mist in the air as they had yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, right now it's fantastic. It's a little bit breezy, but the clouds have gone away, and so has the drizzle. Simon there not taking advantage of his monster drive. Eagle hoping to do the same thing. Nobody on this card was able to get the birdie 3 on this hole yesterday. So it looks like Nate is actually going to be, or is going to have the best chance to do so. Eagle here from just outside circle 1. And
wow.
In.
Wow.
That's useful. Fantastic first shot, average second shot, fantastic putt, birdie 3.
2 out of the 3 are good.
Yes.
That's going to result in a birdie for Eagle McMahon.
I guess if you want one of your shots to be excellent, it's your putt, right? So here's Nate from just inside the circle. Oh, wow. Nate airmails it on the left side there. Yikes. West Coast is not the best coast, I guess, on that basket.
And there seems to be some obstruction here for Simon Lizotte.
Yeah, I'm not sure how Simon got over there. He must have rolled or something, but he doesn't care. I'll just get my 4. It is a downslope on that side. I wonder if Simon caught some roll over there where we couldn't see it to give him such a tester for the par.
Oh, and just barely getting up and over the edge. Probably a sigh of relief as Nate Doss almost let that one come back and bite him. Paul McBeth has a little bit of a tailwind, but aggressively putting in. He saves the par after the OB stroke. We'll be back with you with a whole preview and a word from our sponsor.
Hole 6 is one of the hardest holes out here on the course, as players must find their way through the 350-foot tunnel before having to throw the 300-foot approach over the ball golf green and sand trap. Now, it is a bit overgrown now, but I assure you the play is what will be nasty come event time. Birdie 3s are at a premium here, and we expect to see a lot of 4s, not to mention the 5s, 6, and 7s that are likely to follow if you find any trouble off the tee.
Eagle McMahon with the honors here on hole number 6. Dixon, without looking over your shoulder, I'm going to go ahead and guess this has to be either the first or second most difficult hole on the course.
This was actually the 5th most difficult hole yesterday, playing it a third of a stroke over par. So still very difficult. It doesn't mean that this hole's easy. It just means that there's other holes that are even more difficult.
I guess I'm thinking probably about number 7, the next one coming up. That will probably come in as one of the most difficult relative to par.
Number 7 is the most difficult on the course. We just played the second most in hole 5, and the 4th most was hole 4, and then the 8th hole is the 6th most.
And McBeth seems to stay relatively clean. He was giving the push, the command to have it fade or filter over to the left side, and looks like he's in a really good spot there to be able to attack the green.
Yeah, that's you either want the hyzer or the tree bounce. Either way, he's left of the last tree. That gives him an opportunity to go for this tight green. Nate trying to do the same thing, but he gets a little bit of turnover to the right. He'll be sitting fine as far as left-right goes. It's just a matter of what he's got to deal with those trees. Simon going with the turnover flick shot. There's an interesting idea.
That wasn't one that you had drawn up?
No, because even the flick guys were going out into the field.
All right, let's listen to a word from our sponsor. We'll see you on the approach. Dixon, is there any form of mental preparation when you're going into this really challenging or tough part of the course? We talk about these 3 or 4 or 5 holes. Is there anything you do or maybe don't do when you're going into something that's known as the really challenging part of the course?
Yeah, what I do in a situation like this is that I just tell myself, okay, no goofing around for a little bit. You've got to really focus right now on every shot. You've got to think about what you're trying to do. You've got to think about where the good spot is, where the good error is, where the bad mistake is. And you've really got to dig in on these holes and tell yourself, okay, hey, for 45 minutes, I'm not worrying about anything else. I'm not checking UDIS scores. I'm not checking my Instagram. I'm not making a joke with somebody. I'm not thinking about game 6 tonight. I'm focusing on this one shot right now.
And rarely can we say that we see a hole where Simon Lizotte goes forehand in order to attack it. Let's see what he can do with it.
And also where Simon is the first to throw the second shot.
That too.
He's such a noodle arm. Wow. Well, forehand apparently works pretty well.
And then we saw him just a moment ago on our other camera view. He actually somewhat jokingly held onto his shoulder, I think indicating that maybe didn't feel so great.
So Nate has barely bounced out into the ball golf fairway, but this is a very difficult position to approach from. You'd much rather be coming in left to right than right to left here. And that's what Nate is trying to do, turning over that mid. And he put a little too much on it and then got a little bit of love there off of that tree, bounced back, and he is sitting pin high inside of circle 1 for his birdie 3. Eagle now. Oh, wow. I know we say that Colorado guys are sometimes tree huggers, but this is getting ridiculous.
He is looking at his options. I think the forehand is really the only practical solution here. It's just going to be a matter of what stability. I think he's grabbed 3, 5, maybe 8 of his discs out of his bag here as he's going to decide which one he needs. Oh, now he's narrowed it down to 2. Oh. And this, we might have a winner, folks.
Here we go. Yeah, this practice throw he's taking looks like he's going to really turn over a forehand. Oh, he gets stuck on the one tree. The one tree. So as close as he was to a tree after that drive, he's even closer on his second shot. Paul now was middle of the fairway. That's where you want to be, but he's going to have a little bit of a turnover. Looks like he's going with the flick as well. and he nicks off of that tree and stays inside of circle one. So, man, all 4 of our guys are looking good after the drives. Eagle now, again, just outside of circle one. This is about almost the exact same distance that he hit from on the last hole.
Somewhat surprising to see Eagle not draw metal or actually just convert. I fully anticipated him to make that one. And either way, even if Eagle just simply does walk away with the par here, I think we're looking at lowering that scoring average among this group, as they very impressively have made it out of the gap and are all looking at these birdie opportunities. And Simon Lizotte, forehand birdie.
That's useful. I don't think I've ever said that in my life, that I've done that. And actually, Eagle was the only one to get a 3 on this hole yesterday. So the rest of these guys are looking to improve. Simon has. Let's see if Nate and Paul can as well.
Paul looks to be just a few steps inside the circle's edge. Oh, and a wide right side chain for McBeth. Looks like the wind was not pushing that direction.
Yeah, sorry, I had the wrong hole there. Nate and Eagle got this, Nate and Eagle got this yesterday, and it looks like Nate and Simon will be getting it today.
So still very impressive. Looking at, oh my goodness, as I was just about to say, looking at 2 birdies and 2 pars, and Eagle McMahon's 12-footer somehow comes out. Yesterday we saw a heartbreaker on the card, and today, from close range, we're going to move over to hole 7. So still very impressive. Looking at, oh my goodness.
Clocking in at 475 feet, this par 3 hole 7 is a prime candidate for a big power roller. If you are thinking about opting for that power roller off the tee, remember this hole does traditionally play into a headwind, and there is an OB rope lining the entire right side of the fairway. But also offers a unique putt for any of our competitors turning over their rollers just a bit too much.
Nate Doss with the honors here on hole number 7. Playing the turnover. We'll see if it continues to push to the right. Yesterday we talked about this quite a bit. I think you called this a sucker hole. Is that the terminology?
And I think Nate he's doing it smart there. Just put it out in the middle. So through the 2 rounds so far, there has been 1 birdie. And it was Big Germ hitting a circle 2 putt in order to get that 1 birdie. And here's Simon playing the smart route and then somehow going all the way left with it. Wow, when you take the smart route and then you throw a bad shot, that is especially galling to me. When I do it, I don't mean that Simon's like personally offending me right now, but when I try to lay up or try to play smart and I mess it up, man, that riles me up pretty good. Paul going for the giant turnover. Oh, and he catches a tree, but he kicks left. That had to have been a good tree because all of those trees are on the OB line. If he hit one of them and kicked in, that means if he had missed, he would have been OB big time. Now, Eagle yesterday threw a fantastic roller and got stuck behind one of those giant trees. Hopefully he can throw his roller 4 feet further and get on the good side. Yes, he is deep of it this time. He threw it like 40 feet further to make sure. Oh, no, excuse me. No, he's on the short side again.
We'll be back after a word from our sponsors. Dixon, if you could, since believe it or not, a few people did not watch or listen to us yesterday. So when we talk about being a sucker's hole, what do you mean by that?
I mean that it's so incredibly difficult to get the birdie. And for me, I can see what the course designer is trying to get me to do. And basically, I'm saying, I'm not going to play along here. I'm just going to throw out to the fat spot and get my 3 and move on. But I can tell the course designer wants me to be aggressive. And I just don't have the ability to make that shot, and so I'm not going to do it. Now, what's a sucker hole for me is not necessarily a sucker hole for everybody else, but this one, I think there's probably only a few guys at this tournament that have the ability to be putting at this basket with any sort of consistency on this hole. And Simon is up against the fence that I never even thought of being in play on this hole. I don't believe he's OB, but I did just see him take his 1 meter relief. So I'm going to guess that's the fence that's holding off some apartment housing there on the other side of it.
And another forehand by Simon, and looks to be pretty darn effective. He's going to put himself within 15 feet of the pin.
And that was a Nate Dahl's forehand as well. Man, we're just seeing these little rare shots all over the place.
Doss looked to be wide on his forehand.
Yeah. So that's Paul and Nate right there, short left of the screen, both inside of circle 1, but no gimmies by any stretch of the imagination. Simon sitting 15 to 20 feet, going to have to straddle around the big tree. And Eagle is just outside of the circle, and he is taking a look at that tree that he had to contend with yesterday.
Eagle sure would love a little bonus birdie here, especially after getting that bad break on the previous hole.
I don't know what it is, but this is a category above bonus birdie. What it's an albatross, a bonus albatross or something. This is an incredible two.
Oh, and splashes out. Now, not fair to say that was a spit out, but it definitely grabbed enough chain. It could have stayed in, and it just doesn't look like it's going to fall for him today. But what a great effort by Eagle. Nate Doss with the easy cleanup here on hole number 7. And in a few moments, we'll be able to talk about some of the scores that we're seeing from around the course, from individuals as well as our top 10 competitors. Paul McBeth from the same distance as Doss. And Simon, a relatively short putt, and that tree should not impact him or... Oh, and just as I'm saying that, he comes up short. So Simon Lizotte with a less than well-executed hole 7. Let's listen to a word from our sponsor and a preview here on hole number 8 at the San Francisco Open.
Let's forget about the car for a moment. Your local next-gen qualifiers are all fun entry-level PDGA-sanctioned C tiers. There are 3 ratings-based divisions, creating a competitive environment for beginners all the way up to amateurs aspiring to become professionals. Don't forget to sign up for the Next Gen Virtual Challenge. You get to play locally and see how you rank nationally. Don't miss out.
Tight off the tee and wide open everywhere else, this 642-foot par 4 hole 8 is designed for players to make decisions. Featuring an OB river in the center of the fairway, the ideal play is to lay up just short of that bunker to the right of your screen, forcing the 345-foot upshot into the pinched green with OB left of the basket and right on that cart path.
Dixon Jowers along with Terry Miller, the disc golf guy. We are here in San Francisco bringing you the action from round 2 at the San Francisco Open, presented by Innova Champion Disc. Nate Doss still has the honors on hole number 8, this 642-foot hole.
Yeah, this is the boomerang hole if you saw it from yesterday. The idea is just to get somewhere near that wall. If you're just feeling like playing this the smart way. Again, I think going over this boomerang is the sucker shot here. So I would expect most of these guys to lay up short based off of percentages and based off of what they did yesterday. And there's Paul. Oh, okay, that's fine.
And that is a very well-placed shot as he's pushing up toward the OB wall.
Yeah, Simon and Paul were able to get the 3s on this hole yesterday. Eagle and Nate with par 4s.
It's always interesting to see a player such as Eagle throw with far less than full power as he just did there. Certainly going for the layup. And Simon Lizotte is backing up. I thought for a moment he was possibly going to be a little bit more aggressive, and he's just going for the power hyzer layup. Is that an oxymoron of sorts?
I guess. Yeah, with this group of guys all laying up, that ought to tell you how difficult it is to carry the OB.
I believe we have a Thank you to Latitude 64 in Dixon. We're going to be able to take a quick look at some of the scores that we're seeing come in, all found on udisclive.com. See Paul McBeth, Eagle McMahon, Simon Lizotte, Drew Gibson, and
Cameron Sheehan.
Cameron, I had to think about that one. Thank you. All sitting at 9 under par. I think you used the term, crunch berries yesterday? And
yes.
We're all crunched up here at the top.
Right, sure. That's a completely different definition than I was using, but that's fine. But yeah, I mean, going into this round, there was 12 players within 3 strokes of the lead. Now we've got 10 players within 1 stroke of the lead. This is just getting more and more compacted. It's really exciting to see that the lead card tomorrow, it could be none of the 4 guys that are on the lead card today. It could be
potentially
really
none
anybody.
of the top 10 that we're seeing at the moment.
Well, so there's 10 guys within 1 stroke. There's 19 guys within 3 strokes. So, I mean, there is a lot of players that are in contention right now. And we've got some seriously hot rounds going. That Cameron Sheehan is 5 down. Drew Gibson is 5 down. Bradley Williams, 7 down. So there are some guys that are torching the course. Eric Oakley at 5 down. He's also in that 8 under bunch. With Drew, if you weren't paying attention just a little while ago, Drew got an eagle tap in eagle 2 on the 747-foot hole 9 that we'll be at next.
I believe there's a number of people at hole number 9 right now. We've caught word of a backup, and this is Eagle able to clear, and it looks like he's.
I think
has he stayed out of trouble
OB.
or no?
I think that road is OB right there. That's an OB cart path.
Heartbreaker! Look at that, Eagle McMahon looks to be OB.
Well, and depending where he crossed, he may be way back there, depending on how wide his hyzer was. And I bet what this is going to do is cause everybody else to miss left. They're not going to make that same mistake, especially since one of the guys tied for the lead has now gone OB. Now, the tee box for hole 9 is up on the hill behind this basket, and when these guys are throwing down, they're kind of close to this fairway. Sometimes if you're teeing off on 9, you wait for the guys to putt on 8. So it is a tight little spot right here on the course. There's Paul putting his stamp on it. Wow, there you go, Simon. He said, I see your road, Eagle. You just have to hit it hard.
And then play off of it. And Nate Doss, who's closest to the pin with the best drive here in the group. I believe I heard it was about 300 feet from the drop zone to the pin, but certainly plays much more than that.
Yeah, 275 from the drop zone, but even that 275 plays over 300.
We're going to move up the fairway here on hole number 8, playing to the grip elevated basket. Again, blessed with a very beautiful day out here in San Francisco. We are just a few miles from the course, just as we were yesterday. However, I believe it's the opposite direction. We're seeing a little bit of the wind blowing around outside, relatively sunny skies, calm, or cool conditions, I should say, for California right now. We're off to a really good start, enjoying the day.
Yeah, it's fantastic weather out there. This is what I thought it was going to be all week long, but it's been kind of overcast and chilly. And this is Eagle. Yes, he did not, or he crossed out of bounds way back there. That needs to, okay, that was going right back towards that road. So Eagle's got that for his bogey 5 on this hole. Paul, Nate, and Simon are all putting for birdie 3s.
Please go out and like, share, click, tag along, hashtag, do whatever you have to do. I once heard that possibly putting your love for disc golf in your Tinder profile That might help you attract some members of the opposite sex. Do whatever it is that you need to do, but let everyone know you're watching live disc golf. We're here in San Francisco with the Disc Golf Pro Tour. Terry Miller along with Dixon Jowers. And Dixon, Memorial Day weekend playing disc golf, is this just a given for you?
Well, just about any weekend I want to be playing disc golf. But yeah, this is a fantastic time to be here of the year. It's not hot, it's not too cold. It's just fantastic weather that was dialed up for this Saturday out here at the San Francisco Open. Whoa, doctor.
And Doss does not grab any medal.
Nate airballs another one, and that was going at OB. I think he had enough hyzer on it to miss it, but that's a dangerous putt. Oh, man. Oh, and Eagle had to shake a leg right there. All of a sudden, Simon's putt was flying at him. If you have put your stuff down and another player hits your stuff because you weren't out of the way, you actually get a stroke penalty for that. So that was why Eagle moved quicker there than he did on his layup shot, that's for sure. I think I see Nate has landed safe there on the left side of the screen, but Simon now, man, all these guys were looking at birdie putts, and now they've got difficult putts for the par.
3 worst words in disc golf, you're still out.
Oh, sit down. Okay.
Wow, and Simon Lizotte has a little bit of a putting shake-up here on hole number 8.
Wow, Paul is licking his chops right now.
I bet he'd like this birdie.
I think he likes every birdie, unless there was an eagle putt, and then he doesn't like birdies.
That's very true, and McBeth, from close range, has to keep everything blocked out as he's watching a little bit of this unfold. We've seen Eagle with a bad break and a very close call for inbounds and out of bounds, and now seeing a little bit of the putting woes taking place. Doss will be coming back at the basket, and although that basket is elevated, he had a little bit of a higher position where he was putting from, so it was a little bit more direct for him.
So they were all sitting about the same spot after their drives, and Paul takes 1 stroke off of Nate and 2 strokes off of Eagle and Simon all of a sudden.
Some crazy shakeups. We may potentially have some backups. We'll see what we can find for action. Stay tuned. You're watching the San Francisco Open. Let's move to hole 9.
Hole 9 offers the widest fairway we have to offer here at Glen Eagles. Appropriately deemed 747, this hole offers a runway for our players to take flight and give our gallery a show. This par 4 747-foot hole 9 is eagleable under the right conditions. But remember, we're in Northern California now, so the 2-meter rule is in effect, and these cypresses down by the pin are hungry.
Welcome back, everyone. Again, Dixon Jowers and Terry Miller, the disc golf guy. Hole number 9, we talked about it a few moments ago. Drew Gibson, really no surprise, one of the longest throwers in the game, puts it to within 16 feet of the pin here.
Yeah, apparently it's a pretty easy hole. You just throw far and then tap in.
How does this hole shake out when we're looking at the stats and the scores? I would have to think that it comes in as one of the easier holes relative to par.
Yeah, this is actually the easiest hole on the course, 3.62 with a par 4. So that means, I don't know, a fourth of a stroke or more than that, almost a half of a stroke playing under par. So all of these guys have plenty of power to get there, with the exception of maybe Nate. But Nate can have a super easy 3 on this hole. It really just comes down to getting your drive off flat, being able to control your angle. The only real danger on this is if you were to turn it over way right. But that's not something that I think these guys will do because left is so safe, and that's where they want their that's where they want their drives moving towards the end there. So I look for I don't know if we can count on any eagles here, but I look for some good drives to give these guys pretty easy birdie looks.
I would not be surprised if we were to see one. Earlier we talked, and so many of you saw it. Please go out and like and share and hashtag SC Top 10. We'd love to get Sarah Hokom's ace from earlier today featured on SportsCenter on the Top 10 tonight. That'd be something that we'd love to see. But what really made me think of that, in addition to her ace on hole number 3, if you were watching the footage, Sarah Hokom almost put one in for an eagle from long range here on hole number 9. And thank you to Christina, along with Madison, who were doing the commentary on the women's side earlier today, to guard an ace and then possibly a throw-in eagle during the same round. Maybe there's something to be said about Sarah Hokom leading on the women's side.
Yes, she's got 6 strokes on both Paige and Jessica.
Wow.
Really amazing round by Sarah out there. And actually, Paige almost tried to steal the thunder from Sarah's ace, because Paige almost got an albatross on hole 10. I was actually out there watching that. Her second shot, well, first of all, she absolutely crushed her drive. I counted 64 steps, like yard length steps from Sarah's drive, which was the second longest to Paige's.
Wow.
So what's that, 170 something feet
180,
longer?
yes, or so.
And then her second shot, flare skipped perfectly at chain high. We thought it was going in, but it didn't go in because it was too long. On the 980-foot hole, she was deep. She had a 45-foot comeback putt for the eagle, which she hit the cage. So she only got a lonely birdie after going way too far off the second shot.
We are back with the action. Please go out and check in with the FPO side on UDisc Live, or go to the beginning of the broadcast. You'll see every single shot from them this morning. And Paul McBeth has turned this over. It's just a matter of how much is he going to fight back.
This is great. That's the cameraman that he just flew over.
Which is always a good sign.
That's Paul chasing the next group down the next fairway. I think he's gone deep. Holy cow. Yeah, sometimes you want to make the cameraman move. When the cameraman just has to look straight up, that means you smashed one.
Of course, as Nate's lining up through our Zuka truss, Zuka, who's been such a great partner and supporter of the Disc Golf Pro Tour. And Doss has kept this much lower, maybe we'll say a little bit more conventional.
Yeah, and that's where you want to be. If you can get into that tunnel right where Doss landed, that's a relatively straight shot right at the basket, less than 200 feet probably. Now, Eagle, not wanting to get shown up by Paul, he's probably heard stories that Drew had a tap in, so I'm sure he's going to go for this as well. That shot that Paul did, that slight turnover down the fairway with a long gliding disc with some hyzer at the end, that's the ideal shot to go for this basket. Oh, but Eagle has not snapped it up at all, or he threw way too stable. So it's probably not what he intended. However, he's sitting in that same alley right there with Nate.
Simon with a little extra run up. We know he's going to be throwing hard.
Oh, boy.
And where shall it come down? What a smash there by Simon Lizotte. We're going to check in with Innova supporting sponsor. And welcome back, everyone. Thank you, along with Grip, We have both grip belts, grip equipment bags, and what made me think of some of that imagery from that last advertisement spot was Kansas City. We're going to be in Kansas City. There's a lot of action taking place in Kansas City this year. We've got the World Championships on the Pro Master side, and then just down the road from there, in Emporia is where we're going to have the Juniors World Championships. So more action back in Kansas this year after we were just there for the Glass Blown Open last month.
Well, and a big A-tier coming up here in just a couple of weeks, Kansas City Wide Open.
Yes.
One of the tournaments that's been running the longest in the country. So yeah, lots of cool stuff going on there. The U.S. Amateur Match Play Tournament is going for the Final 64 is happening there in June. Then the doubles tournament will get started. That'll be happening there in September. So yeah, we've got a lot of stuff happening in
And
Kansas.
then the World Match Play Championships taking place again back in Emporia in November. So lots of action taking place in Kansas. We're not going to talk about me leading the Kansas City Wide Open in 1999 with an ace on the first hole. I won't talk about that.
How big was the trophy when you won first?
We won't talk about that either.
Oh, okay.
This is Eagle McMahon with a standstill forehand. A little bit short there.
Yeah, a little bit. This is about where, well, Sarah was a little bit further back from this, but that's about the angle where she skipped and hit cage. And it was actually coming up. If she had skipped it a foot more left, she may have hit chains on this one as well. I wonder if Nate just turned around and told Eagle that he outdrove him. Hey, Eagle, sorry, you're still out, pal.
Textbook approach shot there by Nate Doss. Some of our viewers are noticing, and something I think the players are definitely benefiting from today, the flow on the course seems to be moving along nicely. Not only have people had one round on the course, so they kind of know exactly what to expect out there, so that helps, but also a few of the tee times were slightly adjusted for a little bit more spacing out there. And that's helped out not only with our broadcast, obviously somewhat on a selfish side, but it helps with the players and keeps things fresh and their flow within the course as well. And this is Simon Lizotte with an eagle look.
Whew. He was on line just a little bit too high. I think he thought that tailwind was going to drop him a little bit more.
And not the result he wanted.
Okay, so here's Paul. Here's Paul putting backwards from outside circle 2 on a 747-foot hole. Because that would have been a cooler eagle than Drew. Even though Drew's was a tap in, to say that you threw 800 and had to come back for your eagle would have been pretty amazing.
I completely agree. And even watching live is Paul McBeth's wife, Hannah. Thank you for tuning in and watching the show. We also see PDGA media guru out there, Marty Gregoire, and so many others. So thank you guys for tuning in and watching the action with us live here on Saturday afternoon at the San Francisco Open. This is Eagle McMahon for birdie. Wow, it just looked like he really never gave that a chance right out of his hand.
Yeah. That was kind of a surprising effort there by Eagle.
Simon Lizotte has a relatively stiff headwind that he's coming back at this with. A little dance on the right side of the chains, but it does fall in for him. He's just going to have to walk away and be happy with the birdie, as will Doss here.
See, I mean, this played out exactly as I'm sure Nate was thinking off the tee. Throw a hyzer, get on the tunnel, throw my upshot, and get my birdie, and take strokes on Simon and Eagle.
The wind is whipping. We'll see you guys as we head to the back nine.
Here we are, the start of the back nine in the hole that all the locals are excited to see the pros throw. Coming in at nearly 1,200 feet of pure, straightforward distance, this par 5 is the definition of grip it and rip it. Cart path on the left does play out of bounds, as well as the tree line on the right, so it does put a premium on staying down the center of the fairway. Having said that, it does open up by the pin, but that...
And keeping this one low and playing up the right side. And you'll get a little flare skip. Is that the?
I'm not sure what you're going for.
I was trying to mix words.
I feel like I need to step in here so we don't get in trouble with the FCC. So this is the second big boy on the course, 1,188 feet. Oh, Nate needs some hyzer. There it goes. Yeah, really all you're looking for here is just solid distance. You're not going to get there in 2, so just get to a spot where your third shot is reachable. Simon, not getting the message that you're not going to get there in 2, is going to go ahead and try to get there in 2.
What a crush with precision. Now, Eagle, I think we mentioned a moment ago, has dipped all the way into a tie for 12th at this point.
Yeah, but that's just one shot off of
But a tie for 12.
Yeah, he's 2 shots out of the lead, and he's in 12th place right now. You can stay out of those branches. Yep. Holy cow. Yep. He's up there with Simon. He may be past Simon. These guys are ridiculous.
Looking forward to a long walk. We'll be back in a moment. And thank you to UDisc Live. We're able to pull up the Ricky tracker. Yesterday, we saw Ricky struggle in the first few holes. In fact, I believe he was 2 over after the first 5 holes. Mm-hmm. He, of course, turned it around, still put together a really solid round. And a moment ago, we see that he's one of the people that is right up there in the thick of things, sitting in a tie for 5th place.
Yeah, actually, Colton Montgomery and Nate Sexton just had birdies, and so they broke out of that giant tie for 3rd, and now they're tied with Drew for 2nd, 1 shot behind Paul. This is if you don't have UDisc up on one screen and the coverage up on the other screen, you're missing out on a lot of what's going on. So Paul here, all he's basically looking to do is to get in the trees somewhere. Yeah, that'll be fine. That leaves him an approach probably less than 200 feet. So Nate and Paul are hanging out together, and then we're going to catch the subway and then transfer to a bus and then have to walk a few blocks to get up to where Eagle and Simon landed.
Looks like Nate's shot also follows up that right-hand side, and we're going to move down the fairway. moment ago, just talking about Zuka, who we saw as a great supporting sponsor and partner here on the Disc Golf Pro Tour. We've talked with Jen Appy and the staff and the crew and everyone over there working really hard. Zuka has really transformed what we've seen in terms of carrying your disc around the course. Seems like a very appropriate place, maybe more than any other, when we're out on a golf course style playing nearly 10,000 feet this weekend. Yeah. That's a great way to save some pain on your back.
Yeah, absolutely. I've had a Zuka for a little over a year now, and I couldn't bring it on the airplane with me, so I've just been carrying my disc around in a backpack, and I miss my cart right now.
This is Simon Lizotte sporting the sweatshirt.
Yeah, that is just inside circle 1 for his Eagle 3. If you pay attention to kind of how we do things here, you'll notice that usually we kick it back to the booth or go to a commercial when there's a big break. We just had to do that to walk from one drive to the other drive. That's how far up Simon and Eagle are on the rest of the cart. I think it's pretty funny that neither one of these guys threw a full power second shot on a 1,188 foot hole.
Just a little walk in the park here out at Glen Eagles Golf Course. We spoke of it briefly yesterday. We've been told, at least by one unverified source, that this ranks as one of the top 10 or top 15 9-hole golf courses in the country. So the fact that we're here on Memorial Day weekend, the disc golfers are welcomed into the community, and that we're here playing this great San Francisco Open. It just really talks about how we've ingrained ourselves into, we'll say, everyday culture and the atmosphere that surrounds us.
Yeah, I think the phrase that I heard was, this is the hardest 9-hole course on the West Coast. It looks too hard for me. I'd rather throw frisbees, but I mean, even on a putt-putt court, I'd probably rather throw frisbees.
When we talk about the hardest 9-hole course, we also have mentioned kind of getting through that easier portion of the course, maybe the hard 4 to 6 holes that are in the middle of this course right now, and we're kind of getting to that tail end. And if you look at the scorecards, traditionally on UDisc, you'll see lots of blue kind of start filtering onto those scorecards and jumping all over or filling up all of those boxes. You can maybe play Connect 4 with all of the boxes of blue that we find. So these guys are jockeying for position now. We'll see if anyone can go off to the races and fill up their scorecard with plenty of blue on the backside.
Yeah, all of those guys that were just tied at 9, they're almost all tied at 10 now. We've got a giant tie, one shot back. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 guys at 10 under par. And Nate there is going to have a look for his birdie 4, maybe a little further away than he was hoping, and definitely a little bit downtrodden from seeing Simon and Eagle way up there putting for the Eagle 3.
We also hear of Ricky Wysocki. He has 4 birdies in the last 5 holes. I believe the last one came from outside of circle 2. Looks at about 70 feet for Wysocki. So if you're wondering if his finger hurts, well, it might, but it doesn't seem to matter.
Yeah.
He's playing through it.
It doesn't keep him from banging 70-footers. That's what you and I usually call an upshot.
And as Eagle takes a knee as he's propped up against the tree, you see the flag blowing very stiff from right to left. A little bit on the branches as well. He's got the low ceiling. You really don't want to make a mistake or do anything but lay it right up next to the basket. And that's what I worry about. Sometimes some of our power throwers, they're always trying to, get the big eagle or the really long birdie, and sometimes they may sacrifice the smart play in doing so. So to see him keep it low and put it right next to the basket, that was the best play.
Paul for the eagle. Oh, off the top band.
More than enough power
So that is back-to-back holes where Paul hitting metal for an eagle opportunity.
No big deal. Just McBeth doing McBeth things. I think it's safe to say, if you just look at McBeth numbers, he's 0 for 2 on eagle opportunities. He's got at least 1 or 2 more that he'll probably capitalize on.
Oh no, and Simon just missed his eagle putt as well, and he is distraught drastically there.
He is. I think someone just took away one of his Matchbox cars. He is not happy with that. And that almost looked like it was going to raise a little high for Doss, but instead...
So Nate just goes easy drive, easy up, takes a 4, and ties everybody on the card.
Simon's just beside himself. It was right there, Simon. That is where you separate yourself from the field, but you're not doing it on hole 10 today, Simon. We'll see you on the next one.
For me, it's time with my friends.
For me, it's a walk in the park.
For me, it's my job.
For me, it's fun.
Hole 11 offers a slight reprieve from the distance on the course that we've seen on the front 9. Coming in at 302 feet, this par 3 plays extremely left to right and is perfect for a touch backhand roller. Lefties and players with a good power sidearm will be able to reach the pin, but the backhand turnover can be a bear with the tailwind, as well as those bunkers just to the left of the pin.
Hannah McBeth on the board saying that is her favorite commercial. Hannah, we're glad that you enjoy it. Maybe because your husband is featured in it. Well, he's featured on the tee here, hole 11, just 302 feet. This has a good bit of turn to it. Somewhat surprising to see Paul not going with a forehand.
I think he's going with the high turnover shot, or maybe even some kind of crazy roller.
What is that guy doing?
Oh, he's just
playing
crashing
off the
into
tree.
Right next
Yeah,
to it.
okay.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
There you go.
As the McBeth line is, he has a big grin from ear to ear. That is a very interesting route. We've seen backhand rollers. We see forehands. We see turnovers with a mid, but then McBeth goes Sky Annie playing a Plinko off the tree. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean,
what do we know?
Yeah, well, I'm not rated 1050, so I don't have that shot. Oh, jeez.
Look at that. Doss, that's low. I feel like the one mistake the players don't want to make is throw too far, and I think that's why some of them will power down or club down, so to speak, when they're throwing a backhand turnover, is because they don't want to carry all the way into one of the bunkers or hazards. This looks wide and not effective.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's inside of circle 2. He's got an easy putt, but yeah, that if you power that turnover shot and it flexes out at all, you're screaming towards that hazard.
I love the play here. This is Eagle McMahon with a forehand, and I think this sets up very well for his forehand.
Well, he doesn't get enough oomph on it.
We'll be back after a word from Tempercraft.
Tempercraft USA. Double wall 18/8 stainless steel construction keeps it cold while you're hot, keeps it hot while you're cold. Get your customized growlers, tumblers, and sports bottles. With a lifetime warranty and 1% back to the planet. Tempercraft USA. Temper your thirst.
Welcome back, everyone. Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy, along with Dixon Jowers. And Dixon, first and foremost, thank you so much. You've been working really hard on the Circle Zero show that people are taking in just before the live action takes place. What's been your favorite part of that so far?
Well, getting to sit down with the players and to do the interviews that we do for the profiles, because we only see these guys really in one context, and it's on the course. And it's generally pretty serious. So to get down with them, to talk about things outside of disc golf, to see them smile, to see the things that really kind of animate them, the things that they do outside of disc golf, it's fun to just learn about these pros in that way. And there was Simon leaving that putt to the left-hand side, so missing out on a relatively easy hole here. And there's Eagle making good there. Yeah, this is the second easiest hole on the course, or the 17th most difficult. I've never understood why, I mean, that goes way back before UDisc of why they rank everything that way, to say something is the 17th most difficult. But anyway, Eagle hits a super putt, which was not his 17th most difficult putt of the round.
And a possible misread there by Doss.
Yeah.
Certainly seems animated in the sense that he was a little bit baffled by what just happened.
Dang it, boy. Simon in for the 3, and all of this is happening while Paul's disc is still just sitting on the ground waiting for somebody to come talk to it.
And Paul very fortunate, of course, that it even came down with the 2-meter rule in effect. Off the center of the pole, a little kickback. It's not going to matter. McBeth's going to walk away with the lone birdie. And correction, sorry, McMahon as well. So 2 birdies and 2 pars. We're going to move on to hole 12.
Let's forget about the car for a moment. Your local next-gen qualifiers are all fun entry-level PDGA sanctioned C tiers. There are 3 ratings-based divisions, creating a competitive environment for beginners all the way up to amateurs aspiring to become professionals. Don't forget to sign up for the Next Gen Virtual Challenge. You get to play locally and see how you rank nationally. Don't miss out.
Making our way back towards the clubhouse, this 444-foot par 3 can prove to be tough if that headwind is ripping. A seemingly sidearm shot does play well for backhand if you can stick to that committed turnover line. This hole has been the site of a significant amount of work leading up to the event, and we've seen it transition from one of the more wild points of the course to one of the most scenic greens we have to offer.
And Dixon, just like that, you ask for it and you shall receive. I think UDisc is updating us, letting us know as to why they label the holes in terms of most difficult as opposed to easiest. And it looks like Josh, who's probably coming in from overseas, maybe taking in the action from over in London, says, I think the reason for doing it by difficulty is for handicapping. So you can just look at the handicap and add 1 to par for each of the holes below that.
Oh, well.
So if that's not clear,
of course,
I don't know what is.
How come I didn't think of that?
Exactly. But in all seriousness, Matt and Josh over at UDisc, I say it all the time, they have revolutionized how we consume the disc golf scores that are taking place out there at our bigger events and even other events as people are getting more and more on board with the idea of having UDisc at your event as a tournament asset. And so thank you to both of them for everything they're doing. And by all means, can't leave out Danny. Danny, I know you're watching out there, Daniel Reynoso, or not Reynoso, sorry, Daniel. We know you're out there. We know you're taking it all in, and thank you for all your efforts. And speaking of efforts, we have to give a shout out and speaking of UDisc, a person is walking along with every single group in order to be doing the live UDisc scoring and stats. So we have volunteers that are coordinated. I know Seth and Danielle and so many others, along with the local staff, are stationed at the beginning of the tournament so that people come up to them. They can either use their own phone or they can check out a phone, and then they punch in a code, and that's how all of these stats are ultimately accumulated throughout the round. So very impressive effort.
If you were going to be near a Disc Golf Pro Tour event or a national tour or anything that UDisc is going to be at, and you want to get some up close and personal with the players, volunteer to be one of these scorekeepers. You will be right there with them the entire round. This is that really difficult turnover shot that you need to break really late. Actually, on this hole yesterday, Paul was able to get the deuce with a circle 2 putt. And this was the scene of Eagle's 3-putt, although the last one was from about 10 or 12 feet, and it was just a really bad spit out. So I don't know if well, technically it was a 3-putt. It sure didn't feel like it. So hopefully he can correct that today. Going with that roller again, trying to get up through the thick grass. He's got a lot of steam on it. Yes, he is going to be up there on the correct level midway through circle 2. Great shot by Eagle.
And I love the creativity here. Nate Doss going with his roller way out, definitely wider than he was hoping for. A few spotters jumping up and out of the way there. Nate and a few of our other top pros have been working with Seth over at Disc Golf Strong.
But in Disc Golf Strong, they're working on flexibility and things like that, not headwind rollers.
That is certainly true. I don't know. Seth is a pretty talented guy. We'll be back with you in a few moments. And welcome back. Let's take a little look at what we can find on UDisc. Yesterday, I know we were talking about people going bogey-free. I think a lot more people are in contention for that today, as we see Paul McBeth sitting on top of the leaderboard by himself at 13 under par, a 2-stroke advantage at the moment. Yep. Who else is chasing him down in the top few spots?
Well, this is the first time that anybody's had a 2-stroke lead. It's been very tight up to this point, and right behind Paul, that dinosaur screaming raptor legs are running up from the second card, or maybe he was on the third card. Ricky's 6 down through 14, tied for second with Drew Gibson and Cameron Sheehan. So right now, if it finished like this, only one person on the lead card today would return tomorrow. Wow, this is a tightly packed leaderboard. 3 guys at 11, and then a whole slew of guys at 10. Man, I love it when it's packed like this and somebody's not running away with it.
Very aggressive bid by McBeth as he's coming into that well-protected green.
So yeah, Simon now he actually got a look from down here, just inside of circle 2.
Oh, the premature fist pump. That's never a good thing. Let
No,
me
not
tell
usually.
you, Simon Lizotte thought he had it. Maybe celebrated just a bit early on that one. It looked good out of his hand, just not enough.
So here's Eagle going for the lone birdie on this hole to have a 2-stroke improvement over yesterday's round.
What a great stroke there by Eagle. As these guys are getting closer to tapping out, I have to ask Dixon, so many names that we all know and recognize day in and day out, just household names in the top few cards, except for one, and this is no slight on him, but what do you know about Cameron Sheehan, and where's he going to be by the end of the day is the real question.
Well, I've heard his name a couple of times.
Mm-hmm.
I know he's a Pacific Northwest guy. I know he's a Prodigy guy. But outside of that, I mean, this is the first time I have seen him on a major tournament leaderboard like this. So actually, as we have some time, this is going to be something that I'm wanting to dig into a little bit more.
All right, let's move over to hole 13 and a hole preview.
Hole 13 was the site of the first ever ace here at Glen Eagles, collected by Matt Neiman on our Founders Day opening event. Coming in at 347 feet, this par 3's fairway does slope right to left, so the sidearm would play favorably into that grade, but all the blank space out to the right does seem to favor the backhand into the green. Whether it's sidearm or backhand, it doesn't matter, just keep it low, keep it tight, and collect your birdie 2.
A little history there from Corey Merle of Central Coast, letting us know the first ace out here at the Glen Eagles Disc Golf Course. Congratulations. I know we talked about it before. Please go out, like, share, hashtag, all those things you love to do. Share it on your Tinder, Grindr profile, wherever you're at. Make sure you go out there. Let everyone know you're watching Sarah Hokom in the Sports Center Top 10. That's a hashtag SC Top 10. Let's see if we can get Sarah Hokom's ace on Sports Center tonight. Is there any other big sporting events going on?
Well, we are in the Bay Area right now, so that means that this place is going bananas right now for the Warriors Game 6 tonight. And actually, the place that we are staying is probably less than 3 miles or so from the arena in Oakland. So it's going to be pretty nuts over there by our house tonight.
Eagle McMahon gets a cheer from the gallery. Paul McBeth has 2 different discs of choice. It's probably one destroyer versus another, 444 feet. How wide do you want to play this one?
Really as wide as you want. The only real trouble is if you cut it too tight, because this ground, well, I was going to say this ground is very skippy. But man, I'm not, maybe Paul went with a mid-range there or something, because that didn't look like it had any action on it. Generally, all you want to do is land over somewhere in the sunlight with a sharp edge disc moving right to left, and you're going to end up having a putt. Nate going with the stand-up shot, trying to get all the way to the basket and just stick. But he finds those tree limbs. But looks like he actually punches through there. Gives it a little bit of an ace run. Yeah, this is the more traditional shot that I was at least picturing in my head.
We'll see if he gets a skip as opposed to what we saw from McBeth, and he does just that. We're going to move down the fairway of hole 12. And no real surprise, Miles Parkhill over at Paragon Disc Golf, along with Steve Dodge, doing some real work as they were getting the Pro Tour trailer ready, and that gets taken all around the country, along with Patrick, who's actually been driving the Pro Tour trailer. Quite an effort that takes place by so many different people. We'd like to extend our thanks to everyone, including us here at Smashbox, for the opportunity to be involved with the Pro Tour as we've moved into our third season. And now we have Nate Doss, who's lining up a birdie. We are on hole number 13.
Oh, just low for Nate there. Yeah, this is one of the easiest holes on the course. You've got to take advantage of these. Right now, there's only 8 bogeys between the top 10 players, and it's really only 5 of those players have all of those bogeys. This is turning into a birdie race, and if you don't want to get left behind, yeah, you gotta put these in when you have the opportunity.
Well, earlier, prior to those 2 throws, we saw Paul McBeth actually approach up toward the basket. This is Eagle McMahon, who's the lone remaining birdie opportunity here.
It's just to get into a second place tie with Ricky, 1 shot behind Paul. Eagle in, nice birdie right there.
After McBeth had approached, he's left himself with less than 15 feet. He'll tap in for the par here on hole number 13. And with that, listen to a word from our sponsor and take a look at their preview from Corey and Central Coast.
Hole 14 here at Glen Eagles comes in at 263 feet and offers our soft tossers out there in the field an opportunity to keep up with the big guys. Standing at the tee, this does look like a backhand mid-range shot, but with the fairway fading off to the left, throwing that sidearm and giving yourself that easy birdie putt does seem all the more appetizing. Likely to be played well under par, we hope this hole reminds players that while distance is king out here at Glen Eagles, we're still throwing frisbees in the woods.
Our beloved AJ Risley, the disc golf boy, getting some work done over there in Springfield, Illinois. We're here, hole number 14. Some surprising shots for you yesterday?
Yeah. This hyzer that these guys were taking really caught me by surprise. So I actually went out there today to take a look at that line. And yes, it is there and it is hittable, but it's just kind of a funny angle that you have to come up on the box in order to do it. And if you hit that tree, there is an OB line right on that tall grass that I did not know about yesterday until I was out there watching the FPO division and I saw Catrina Allen hit that Mando tree and kick OB. And so while it is there for the birdie, there is a lot of danger that can happen on that hyzer shot. Paul going with the more traditional route here, something down the gut, either a flip up putter or some sort of baby turnover, or a baby forehand, I mean. Oh, or a baby turnover forehand. How about that? This should be fantastic. Oh, especially so if you catch a tree right behind
He's
the
got to
basket
start
with some
calling these
backspin.
bank shots off the trees. Otherwise, somebody's going to have a problem with it. But McBeth finding himself well within birdie range.
Yeah, if Nate's taking this hyzer, that ought to tell you kind of how pleasing it is to the eye, because you would think that this would be something that he would just throw a buzz right down the middle because of how accurate he is with that shot. Yeah, I think Simon hit a tree somewhere along the way there.
We'll move down the fairway at 14. And Simon did not get anywhere near the green. He's going to have this long uphill putt and comes up just short of the basket.
Yeah, he's going to need to start getting some birdies. He's getting kind of slowly left behind here. 3 shots behind Paul and Rick now, also tied for first.
And Ricky has birdied 7 of the last 9 holes to put him at 13 under overall. 7 of the last 9.
That's pretty decent, huh? Oh, no, Nate. Oh, no, there's OB down that way. I think he is set up, though, but he is still outside of circle 1 for his putt back at the basket. Wow, Nate really struggling on the green today. That's usually not a description of his game.
Nate will be trying to counter that left to right wind that's blowing. See if he has good solid footing. It looks good. And what a comeback by Nate Doss.
Very nice.
Again, surprised to see that last one lift up and over, but Nate maintains composure and comes back with a solid putt here on hole number 14 just to save the par.
So Oakley and Cameron Sheehan have just recently gone into the clubhouse, both sitting at 11 under par and both going bogey-free today. Eagle now joining Ricky and Paul, tied at 13 momentarily until Paul, where he has the opportunity to take the lead back right now. And done. Paul now the 1-shot lead over Eagle and Rick, with Drew right behind, and then Eric and Cameron right behind Drew.
A pair of birdies by the mix. We'll see you on the next one.
This is Dan, and this is Tyler. Dan and Tyler like disc, and they like beer, so they combine them in a rigorous scientific process. Disc Golf, a card game that challenges your disc skills, drinking ability, and your friendships. With 3 categories and over 50 individual cards, mix and match. Get rid of cards you don't like, or make your own rules. Disc golf is truly American.
Hole 15 is very reminiscent of hole 3 from our front 9, as it plays 465 feet downhill and does favor that left to right sidearm play. backhands beware, because if you do opt for that turnover shot and hyzer out late, that ball golf green and sand trap does come into play. In a final test of will, this basket is raised and exposed to that Glen Eagles wind, forcing decision time when approaching this green.
When it's ready. As we like to say, a Smashbox exclusive, little bonus footage. Looks like we also, well, we're really just out here and we're going to watch Ian from Central Coast walk around. That's all that we're here for.
If you're not sure, that's the guy behind the voice. If you watch lots of Central Coast golf, that's Ian right there on the left side of your screen.
He is the man, and we've got James Conrad on the left side. A moment ago, just before we came back from the break, we saw Valarie Jenkins lay up right next to the basket, not giving this any run whatsoever. And what a putt by James Conrad.
It just barely inside the circle where his feet, but as far uphill as he had to putt. I'd say that was longer than a circle putt.
Avery, as we briefly discussed yesterday, had played his 1,000th course, that being this Glen Eagles course. And look at the wind is just ripping on that basket. Nate Sexton is going to use just a spare moment or so. You have 30 seconds, of course, but that wind is ripping. And we'll see if our competitors back on the tee are taking note of just how hard that wind is blowing.
Yeah, that's going to be a straight tailwind for our guys on the box. But this is a downhill hole, so it's not something that they really need a whole lot of help with, even though the wind's going to give it. This hole is playing about 50 feet downhill, top to bottom.
Well, it sounds like we might stand down for a moment. I believe the second card was getting into position to potentially tee off on the next hole. And
Yes.
So we might be able to give you some of the action taking place over there on what would be the second card and hole number 16.
This is the island hole.
So
the tee box is not really where the drives off of 15 would land, but they could be a distraction. The guys on 16's tee could be a distraction to the drivers on 15, and the discs landing on 15 could be a distraction to the guys on 16. So they're in no real rush right here, so they're just going to give each other a little bit of space and let them go.
Valarie Jenkins playing the wide hyzer route. And 6th the landing. Fun fact, trivia question from yesterday was, who was the single player to go bogey-free during yesterday's round? I believe I gave away a disc last night to the correct answer, which was in fact Colton Montgomery. Bogey-free yesterday. And
He's
that
only had
one looks
bogey
OB today.
Oh, well, now he's got 2 today.
Awkward. I'm not going to say I jinxed him, so I won't say that. Nate Sexton going with a forehand. That's just almost too easy for Nate Sexton, putting it right next to the pin.
They should come up with some sort of forehand disc and put his name on it, because he's pretty good at that shot.
I don't know if any would sell, I guess.
Well, they would all sell immediately because people would buy them all to kill the resale market with them. That would definitely happen.
And then all Innova and Discmania card there found on the second card today on the chase card. Looks like we're going to bring it back to the action here on hole number 15's tee. In just a few moments, we'll see our lead card throwing their tee shots.
Yeah, so this is an opportunity. There are 4 birdies left for these guys. 17 being kind of the exception to an easy birdie, but 15, 16, and 18 are all gettable by this group to see if they can come home strong. Eagle going with the forehand on 15 here. This is just a perfect setup for this hole. Eagle and Paul with the birdies on this hole yesterday. Simon and Nate with the pars.
And not probably in range to give that a good aggressive bid for a birdie.
Yeah, that's kind of a scary putt from there to that elevated basket. It doesn't drop off drastically behind, but it drops off enough that if you don't hit metal on that putt, you're probably going to have a 25 to a 30 footer real easy on the comeback.
We'll see how the wind plays that. And deep of the pin.
Yep.
Is that in a position where he might be able to come back at that elevated green?
Yeah, for sure. That's almost the exact same spot that Sarah Hokom hit her deuce from. Was just outside the circle, straight long of the basket. So Nate's showing the other route here with just the long turnover mid. And when you can do it that way, you might as well.
And not too many people. Yes, of course, there is that elevation playing to your favor, but not too many people have such a controlled turnover mid-range game like Nate Doss.
Yeah, especially with that tailwind, just because that tailwind is going to make your disc bounce up and down all over the place. And so Nate controlling it very well there.
And Simon creeping just about to circle's edge lets out a little sigh of frustration. We're going to move down the fairway here on 15. Welcome back as we're just about to close out the round. Just a few holes left to play. Terry Miller, the disc golf guy, joined by Dixon Jowers. We're on hole number 14, 465 feet. The players are making their way down the fairway. We're seeing Paul McBeth with a very clean round here today. Eagle McMahon, not quite as clean, but has a few more birdies that he's picked up. And then also Ricky Wysocki, who's playing very hot and is making a charge from the third or fourth card.
Yeah, that's kind of what we were thinking was going to happen with Rick if he was playing normal, but nobody had any idea what was going to happen with that finger. So I'll be curious to ask him afterwards if he fixed it somehow, if he bandaged it, or if he just sucked up some ibuprofen and went for it today.
And McBeth does opt to run at it, as I guess I would have anticipated off that drive, but does not get it high enough.
And Eagle just pitching up there. He doesn't even give it a half look. Simon now from just inside circle one. You can see that flag blustering there. Oh, what a nice putt. Solid putt by Simon. A little bit of rejoicing. Wunderbar. And Nate in as well with the beautiful turnover shot down to the birdie too. And Paul and Eagle cleaning up their pars. So now we have Paul 1 shot ahead of Eagle and Rick, and those guys 1 shot ahead of Drew. Just inside circle 1. You can see that flag blustering there. Oh, what a nice putt. Solid putt by Simon. A little. A little late.
Nate Doss here on the 265-foot hole number 16. I believe Nate missed the green here yesterday, but if so, he made up for it today. That is a tap-in from less than 5 feet.
Yeah, actually, this card, if all of these guys played it when they did yesterday, Simon parred it, everybody else bogeyed. Eagle, Nate, and Paul all missed the island, so I'm sure they're looking to solve that problem because this is a substantially easy hole on the course as far as the shot needed. Simon going with the big hyzer. And gets inside of Eagle's shot there, or Nate's shot. All right. Eagle and Paul, right now, if you have a shot that's 7 feet from the basket, you will be away.
So many options here on hole number 16. I really do like the play. Yesterday we talked about Paige Pierce, who said you can go right up the middle, which is a very straightforward shot. There's the forehand that we can see by someone like a Nate Sexton, or the wide hyzer. And the hyzer itself can be either high or low. And this one's coming in high, and it looks like that is a red OB paddle. That's a official pickleball paddle, indicating the red OB. And Eagle McMahon with a mistake off the tee here on 16.
Oh, no.
Oh, and one of the dangers of coming in hot like that with a flat skip shot. We'll see Eagle in a moment from the drop zone along with Simon.
Oh, you didn't. Oh, you didn't, Terry.
And here we are back with the action. Eagle McMahon from the drop zone, and I misspoke earlier. Also, Paul McBeth had thrown deep, and we find him being on the drop zone. Is he going to lay up like Eagle just did?
I'm not sure. Simon cashed this putt in yesterday, but I don't think the wind was pushing this much. Now, with it being a headwind, he can just give it kind of a little nose-up spin and not go too deep.
He definitely gives it a run. He wanted it.
Wow.
And just 3 holes left to play. We've been told by our reporter in the field, that wily little Steve Dodge, that looks like there might be a pretty big tailwind on 17. We'll see if the players will be able to take advantage of that for the big arms. That's what's been reported. We'll see if that's still the case. That came in a little while ago.
Yeah, that'd be necessary. That's that kind of tweener hole that you're going to need a little bit of extra help to get to the basket. Oh, boy.
And McBeth.
Oh, boy.
Ouch. What a set of mistakes there by Paul McBeth. Goes deep and over the green and then misses the bogey putt.
Paul's got 9 strokes on this hole in 2 days.
Wow. That is incredible as they clean out and we move over to hole number 17.
Hole 17 offers a significant advantage for our long throwers out there, coming in at 451 feet and playing significantly uphill. A roller to the left side of the tree off the tee is the ideal shot, but if you're not feeling confident, feel free to take the hyzer approach to get your par 3. Another hole that we expect to have scoring separation. Look for the final round action to feature aggressive play as players try to catch or secure their lead.
At Kids Disc Golf, we believe the future is now. Talented and skilled junior disc golfers are getting ready to join us for the first ever United States Junior Disc Golf Championships hosted at Smuggler's Notch Resort in Jeffersonville, Vermont. Smugs boast world-class amenities and an experience like no other. Join other junior disc golfers and their families August 3rd through 5th and make this a family vacation you'll never forget.
Now.
Kids Disc Golf, Smuggler's Notch. Oh my gosh, if you have not been there, well, you need to get there. It's an amazing place. We got Nate Doss on the tee.
This is that uphill 442-foot hole. Really have to crank on this to get it anywhere close. Nate landing just outside of circle 1. I think that's about as far as he can get this one. This is the hole that was saying to be with a big tailwind. I'm going to think it's switched because this is opposite direction for the most part of 2 holes ago where they had a tailwind. So I would think it would be actually a headwind here. Wah, wah, wah.
Looks like Eagle's trying to determine what route he wants to go. Very difficult, actually, to cover this particular hole as they're throwing from a shadowed wooded area out into the open, back into a shadowed area. So very challenging for the camera crews to be able to follow the entire flight of this.
I believe Eagle went with roller on this hole yesterday. Let's see if he goes back to that same well. No, he's going for the power turnover. Oh, that cut rolls.
We'll see if McBeth wants to try and get anything back after that just absolute debacle that was hole 16.
Yeah. I think McDouble's going for McBirdie here.
And that continues to turn. We'll see just how close it's inside the circle, and the gallery loves it. We'll see you on the green of 17. And welcome back again, Dixon Jowers, Terry Miller, the disc golf guy. We have just 2 holes left to play, so immediately you have to think, who are we going to be seeing in that final round tomorrow on Championship Sunday? Who's going to be in the hunt? I think it's very close and very competitive. The question is, who's going to be in that spotlight? It's going to be post-production, live production, the whole 9 yards tomorrow. Who are we looking at right now?
I think we can count on Ricky being there for sure. He is in the clubhouse at 14 under. It's just going to depend on what happens with the rest of these guys. So it's possible that it could be Ricky, Nate, Eagle, and Paul if they both birdie these last 2 holes. If everybody stays at 12 under, it'll actually be Drew Gibson that will jump because he had the hot round of the second round here. So there could be 3 of about 5 or 6 different golfers that could join the lead card for tomorrow. So Eagle has laid up for his 3, and here's Simon going for the deuce. Nice pin high shot. He was chain high when he passed by the basket, but lands just a little bit deep. Nate now he's got a straddle from like 45 feet. That's kind of disappointing when you have a long hole like this and you give it the old college try on the box, and then you get up there and there's almost 0 chance of making the putt.
The outstretched Nate Doss to his left side with a little turn. Oh, and what a great line by Doss. And it again leaves him looking up into the sky. He's been so close on a number of putts today. Just not getting a few of those to drop for him. And firmly under the right side chain, McBeth is in. Like I said, quickly trying to, you don't get to quite erase the double on the previous hole with just that one birdie. What is he grabbing the eraser at least at that point? Another birdie maybe gets to actually wipe it across the board.
I bet what he's thinking is, let me play these dadgum last 2 holes, and then I'm going right back to the island, and I'm going to empty my bag on that thing and figure out what's going wrong for tomorrow.
Hole 18 was designed with an exciting finish in mind, and that is just what we think we'll get. Coming in at 707 feet, this par 4 features an OB lake to the left side of the fairway, so players are sure to err on the right side before approaching this extremely trepidatious green. Step 1 on your second shot, avoid the OB ball golf green. Step 2, avoid the hazardous bunkers. Step 3, impress the gallery.
And Paul McBeth goes from back of the box, otherwise known as Bob, all the way to the honors on the tee here of hole number 18.
Yeah, and the lead card is Paul's to lose right now. If he pars this hole, he's likely going to be, if he pars this hole, he's doing fine for the lead card. If he bogeys, he could fall off. If he birdies, he's going to be tied with Rick. This is setting up for quite a fun finish here for the second round. You can see some air bounces out there, but this doesn't keep Simon from just smashing it 500 down the fairway.
So great to be able to watch these drives as they're airing it out on the final hole of the round. I'm excited to see how the finish will be tomorrow. As you just said, make sure you tune in We'll again bring you the women's coverage, live shot-by-shot women's coverage with commentary in the morning by two of our top female players. We'll be back on the course giving you the action on the men's side. This is Eagle McMahon, and what an impressive drive.
Even further than Simon.
Are you currently looking for the one? How do you get hooked up usually?
Through friends,
Players' parties.
sometimes even fans.
And how's that been working for you?
Not so good.
Have you ever tried looking online?
Never.
You should check this site out.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
Find your go-to disc at blankinkdiscs.com today. 2018 Tour Support discs available now.
Gotta get one.
I need one.
Welcome back as we're wrapping up here on hole number 18. It looks like Nate Doss is just getting ready to throw his approach shot. Is he in a position where he's able to actually attack the green from here?
He's going to have to make a decision. Because of where he's at with relative to those trees on his right, he's going to have to throw a flat shot at this green, and that's generally not what you're looking for. You want to be able to come in with a little bit of hyzer to be able to control your landing a little bit better. But if you lay up to this green, I mean, you have to lay up 100 short. So it's not something that anybody really enjoys doing, even though that's what it looks like exactly what he's doing.
Doss going for the smart, somewhat conservative play here. I think he's going to be happy just trying to get up and down to walk away with the par 4 here. And if he takes that par, where's that going to place him likely tomorrow?
Well, if he pars and Eagle and Simon both birdie, then Nate will be off of the lead card. If he pars and one of the other guys pars, then he will be on the lead card. Who knows? There's still a lot of shuffling that can happen here because Drew is in the clubhouse at 12 under 2 with the hot round. So if there's anybody on the lead card that finishes at a 12, Drew is going to jump them for having the hot round.
And right now, it's all but secured that we likely won't see Nate Doss with Drew Gibson having that hot round you just mentioned.
And Paul puts it, what's that, 12 inches from the basket maybe? So Paul's going to go to 14 under, tied with Ricky, and there's going to be probably 3 or 4 guys tied at 12 under as well. Simon going with the big spiker. Oh, that needs to settle. Okay, so Simon is going to have probably circle's edge putt from that heathery hill there behind the basket. Eagle thinking about forehand here. That's an interesting decision here.
Eagle's just waiting on that, and it goes deep past the basket, so he'll be coming down, looking at a little bit of a downhill putt, but definitely within range. Ricky Wysocki, as we just mentioned, in the lead and had the hot round of the 9 under today.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah, it certainly is, as he's going to be going into battle in this final round tomorrow in San Francisco.
So Nate now trying to get up and down for the bogey-free 6 under par. And that'll do it, yeah.
I think we can go ahead and just count that one. But Nate Doss with that par on the last hole, as you mentioned, that's going to put him onto the second card. In case you're unaware or not familiar with the rules, how the cards are placed are by how the rounds, first, of course, you look at the total score, and then a tiebreaker to that would be whoever had the better previous round, and you continue to go backwards from there. And if all of those somehow remain tied and you go all the way back, then they would go by the lowest PDGA number. So in this case, Drew Gibson's 8 under par will put him into that leader card situation at this point.
So Drew's on the leader card. Actually, if Simon and Eagle both miss, then Nate would stay on the lead card by having a hotter round than the two of those guys.
And
oh no!
Simon Lizotte, what has just happened? Not only did he not make the putt, but then it actually dipped all the way into the hazard. Simon Lizotte with a colossal mistake here.
Wow, I wonder if he was thinking about, man, I want to be on the lead card.
Right now, wow, Simon has to maintain composure here as he's got to come back with this. And that is an air ball as well. So Simon Lizotte struggling on the final hole.
Oh, wow. And with the way everything is so tightly packed,
he's going to be parking cars tomorrow afternoon. He's on like the 30th card now.
Holy cow. Eagle now to stay on the lead card. And he misses.
Wow.
And takes a seat.
Just sit down, Eagle. What is happening here as we are trying to just close out the round and Simon misses from less than 10 feet? What has happened?
I don't know what to say about this.
Oh my goodness. And Nate Doss is ecstatic now with his par. His par looked so unimpressive a few minutes ago, and right now he's picking up strokes on players with it. And Paul has the final tap in. What did we just witness here, Dixon?
Simon with the triple bogey 7 on the last hole.
Oh my goodness.
To go from lead card to tied for third now.
Wow.
5 shots back of Paul and Rick.
Wow. So it looks like right now we're going to have Paul McBeth. He's heading out to hole 16 to try and dial that tee shot in. And Simon Lizotte may be hanging out at the putting green on 18 until it's dark out tonight.
I think he's going to be hanging out at the bar. That is a terrible finish from Simon there.
Oh, it is so unfortunate to see. So real quickly, let's recap what we are seeing here in terms of the score. Ricky Wysocki, Paul McBeth, all knotted up at 14 under par. Drew Gibson with his 8 under shoots him all the way up to the lead card. He's at 12 under par overall. And Nate Doss will remain on the lead card. So something that we didn't think was at all likely just a few minutes ago is exactly happening. Nate Doss stays in that tie for third and will remain on the lead card. And then tomorrow's chase card action will feature Eagle McMahon, Simon Lizotte, Eric Oakley, and Cameron Sheehan. So quite a turn of events, and we'll see how that all plays out. Of course, you'll be watching that live. What you'll also be able to watch is the women's shot-by-shot live coverage brought to you during the same day. Sarah Hokom, who aced earlier today, carding the hole-in-one on hole number 3. Let's hope to see her on SportsCenter Top 10 tonight. She has a 6-stroke advantage on Paige Pierce, who's tied with Jessica Weiss. Jessica tore up the course yesterday and gave them all away on hole number 18, just like as we saw from Simon.
Right there.
And it looks like Catrina Allen will round out that lead card tomorrow. So crazy turn of events. Dixon, you have to immediately think back to a Disc Golf Pro Tour event just a few months ago. Sarah Hokom, Waco with a lead. Was it 6 strokes there as well?
Yeah, it was exactly 6 shots in Waco.
What is in store tomorrow?
Well, Waco was a ridiculous finish. Paige was just chipping away, took the lead with about 5 holes to go, and we thought Paige was just going to walk away with it. And then Paige had a blow-up hole on 17 to give Sarah the lead, and then Sarah had to blow up hole on 18 to give Paige the win. I have no doubt that that's sitting in Sarah's head right now as something to overcome, and I have no doubt that Paige is thinking, hey, I've already caught 6 strokes on this woman one time this year already.
And she also is thinking, I'm currently undefeated this year.
Yep.
I've been there and I'm doing it. I'm winning and I'm doing that with my skills and the things I can rely on. So when we're going to move into that high pressure situation, when the title is on the line, Paige Pierce finds a way to rise to the occasion, and we'll see if she can do just that tomorrow.
Or Jessica might say, hey, you guys get out of the way. I'm going to go win this.
She certainly could. So we're excited to see that action. We're going to go ahead and we're going to call it a day. We've got some highlights for you, so we're going to finish out with those. I have to, of course, thank the entire San Francisco Open staff, everything that they're doing here. Sean Jack, along with Sean and his other brother Sean and the other Sean, all doing so many great things here for us. I want to thank our staff and crew, Chad Inman, out there doing the work as he always does, along with Trent Nickel, Dixon Jowers, along with Steve Dodge, everyone else that's on the staff and the crew. Patrick and Miles, we're missing you from afar, Miles, and everything that you do. Here are some highlights to close out the day. We'll see you again tomorrow as we bring you the women's shot-by-shot lead card coverage, same-day action with live commentary. Madison Walker, along with another special guest, they'll be bringing you those great shots and the action. So for Terry and Dixon, we'll see you tomorrow when you step inside the Smashbox.